The guy who was
Yeah, we are live.
Beetlejuice on Broadway was just in Dead End Paranormal Park, which you should all watch. It's a great show. Trans guy main character who like actively says he's trans. It's
Hell yeah.
good show.
Where's it? What's
Get
it on?
one.
Netflix.
Netflix.
I have that.
Yeah, it's
I have that.
Oh,
I
Oh,
do that.
I do that.
It's very
I'm
Monster
glad
of the
we
Week
all went to the same place.
themed. hmm
What other place would there be to go?
I don't know.
Truly.
Walmart.
Yes, Alex Brightman, I believe. Great guy. Also voiced a character on Hell of a Boss. For those who like Has-Been Hotel. I know you're out there
in the shadows.
in the shadows waiting.
Oh, hey Thomas, how's it going? Sorry, it's Shroom Samba. Hey, good to see you, my guy.
Hi.
Hello.
This is the gang. This is the
Hello.
group
Welcome
that
to
I'm
the
always talking about.
party.
Hello.
It's me.
We're them.
I'm the hot
apparently.
one.
We're
They're all the hot one. I'm
uh
looking at you, Dustin, with your freshly shaved beard.
Don't remind
does
me.
have
I'm
the clean
ashamed of
cut.
that
It's
Why
good.
are you ashamed?
because I cut it too short.
Yeah, but now it's
Oh.
fun and you can go zh 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 in it. I love it when
Yeah.
hair's like a little
Okay.
too short and you can give it the like scritchies.
That-
But it is a manner of like if I'd meant to cut this short, I'm fine with it. But it's just
mhm.
I failed.
Was it like you went at it with the razor and you're like, ah crap, went too short, gotta go all.
No, I use
You've been fed.
I use clippers,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
and I put the wrong head on the clipper without
Mhm.
realizing it.
I've
That's
done
the
that.
worst.
That's what I was saying. I was like, did you go through it once and you were like, oh,
Oh,
crap,
yeah.
now I have to commit to the length that I've done.
It was either that or mutton chops.
Hmm. I think that would
I
be
cannot
funny.
believe you're depriving us of Dustin mutton chops. I'm so upset. This is irreparable. Our friendship is ruined.
Maybe next time.
Hi, Mrs. Allard.
Hi.
Hello, mother.
Hi, Mom.
Hope you're
Shout
having
out
a
to
good
Mother.
Wednesday. Or
She-
Tuesday. It's
It's
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
I'm
Tuesday.
out, guys. It was a
do
long
this
day at work.
every
I hope you have a good
single
Wednesday
week.
as well. A good rest of your week.
He does do things on Wednesdays.
Yes, things
Yeah.
do happen on Wednesdays. Cool. Anyway, I guess we'll just jump right into
Yeah,
it.
feel
I feel
free,
like
Chris, feel free.
I feel like the conversation ended. But anyway, hello everyone. Happy solstice, and welcome to Turntables RPG. We are, in fact, if you haven't heard, an experimental tabletop RPG stream where every player GMs / keeps, if you know the Monster of the Week rules. So every player GMs and every GM plays. We take turns at the end of every mystery, switching our GMs and telling a long-form improvised story. We are currently on our second season of Monster of the Week, and we are currently on our fifth mystery. If you'd like to check out our previous mysteries, those VODs are on YouTube. It's a good while fun. Speaking of watching our VODs,
Yes, we have a lot of VODs on
That's
YouTube.
you, Dustin.
Actually, yeah, I know. It's just like so. The previous statement talks about our VODs, and then I also then talk about the VODs. So I'm never sure where it cuts off. Anyways, yes.
I'm assuming that in the middle there would be like a right, Dustin?
No,
But I don't want to write that, you know.
Yeah, no. It's even better to not. We can link it together just like this. This is a perfect segue.
yeah,
Right?
this segue
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
smooth.
yeah, as smooth.
Like
as-
butter, this segue.
This is a smooth segue. Anyways, hi everybody. Yes, we have a lot of VODs on our YouTube channel. We have all of season 1, which there's a lot of, and I understand if maybe it's a bit too much to go through. We should work on a summary or something at some point if we ever like if it ever becomes necessary.
Do that.
But we also have a bunch of other things, including our return to OE, which was our summer programming last summer. Very heavy space campaign with Eric at the head as the GM, and we also have our Tiny Tables, which is our one-shot RPGs, very bite-sized, very easy to digest. I always recommend those first before any of the others, just because of how easy they are to kind of get into. We also have other things that aren't necessarily tabletop, such as our PowerPoint party, which our first PowerPoint party is in fact on YouTube as we speak. I was actually doing all of that from memory, so I don't know if there's anything extra. No, it looks like we haven't, other than make sure to follow us on social media at TurnTables RPG and jump into our Discord, where we sometimes post memes and all the time post food. Yeah, so come check it out.
Yeah, I got approval, so I might post a picture of some coyotes being precious in there. So
Ooh,
if
fun.
you want to see some coyotes, don't like coyotes.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Today, June 21st. First of all, happy summer solstice. No one told me it was the summer solstice, and I went my whole day without knowing it was summer solstice, which is unfortunate. I don't know why. I just wanted to be salty about it. In addition, for things to celebrate, I'm a little chaos brain today. Turntables RPG wants to wish everyone a happy Pride Month and talk a little bit about our charity fundraiser that is currently ongoing, where we have partnered with the Trevor Project. If you don't know who the Trevor Project is, it is not my boyfriend building stuff. It is actually the largest suicide prevention and crisis intervention organization for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning young people. Please join us in donating to their cause and protect our LGBTQ youth. It is so important now, more than ever, really. With your incredible help, we have hit our first 2 milestones, which is great. We are going to be playing Mars's one-page RPG titled Beyond Genesis. It is just as exciting as it sounds, and we will also be having another PowerPoint party. We are very excited to add that our final milestone at a $1,000 will be a fully produced episode of the Snack Check podcast.
I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Along with those updates, we have new character art for season 2. Once again, drawn by the incredible Patrick Costa, who you can follow at on Twitter and Instagram at PCInc_. We are also working towards expanding out channel point prizes, our emotes here, as well as on Discord, and getting captions available. We also have our first animated emote. I just looked ahead in the script and got distracted. Anyway, got animated emote, subscribed people, summon Chris.
Speaking of such,
Activated by
our
Chris
social
Carr.
media and things, like our Twitter. If you follow us on Twitter, you may have noticed the very sad revelation that many of my most popular bits are food related, such great hits as the Savory Gravery, Turkey Bag, and Meat Buckets. All of these are on the long list of my food crimes, and now the FDA is after me, and I must go on the run to hide from the FDA. So if you would like to support me in my endeavors of running away from my food crimes, please give me a little Twitch Prime. If you have an Amazon account, you can connect to your Twitch account, and you get a free 1-month Twitch subscription that you can give me just so I can help eat. And I may or may not also fund future food crimes. I will never learn my lesson. Try to catch me if you can.
We would never ask you to, Chris.
Thank you. Get ready. This session is going to be all food crime.
All food crime, all the time.
The,
Hell yeah, I'm
the
here
amount
for
of joy
it.
that your food crime has brought to our channel, it's very much the Jim Gordon Batman meme of like, we never said thank you, and you saying, and you'll never,
You never have to. Oh gosh, yes.
Wait, what's Chris's food crime?
So many.
The Savory Gravery turkey burger, the duffel bag full of turkey legs.
Not like real food crime.
Yeah, no, imaginary.
Well,
food crime.
I did put Swedish fish and crackers once.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I was gonna
sandwich.
say, like, there was that one time I put cucumbers in an Oreo, and
Mhm.
I
And
I
Crackety
was
Jones
like, I
was
feel like I'm
also-
being neglected for my food crimes.
Oh, I'm
Please don't
sorry.
ignore me. I'm kidding.
Crackety Jones also mentions my constant, the constant problems I face for openly drinking Lipton.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Lipton disparages, correct.
So
Yeah.
true, so true.
This Pride Month, I'm coming out as a Lipton drinker.
Okay.
Gosh.
There are limits, Mars. I just.
Yeah.
Masha, other things we must is speaking of things that you must say with your mouth.
Yeah.
Nice, good one. Good. Yep.
Good segue.
Is it my turn? Is
Yes,
that
it's
what's
your
happening?
turn.
Okay.
Even better segue.
If you would like to do something that is not a food crime, you can go ahead and follow/download the homebrew playbooks that some of us are using this season. I am playing the Tracker playbook, which is by Mike Keck, and Saul is playing the Amnesiac by Jason Burns. You can find their respective links for things in chat. And now that it's been a good amount of time, I've got to say that Fig in particular, and I think the Tracker playbook is one of my favorites. I have had a lot of fun with it because it is, I don't know, it's just a good time. So you should, yeah.
Definitely. The Amnesiac
I will
is
also
very
say-
interesting. Go ahead.
I
Chris.
will also say, just because Bartleby Prime put it in chat, the double toasting the sides of my sandwiches, that's not a weird thing. That's not a food crime. This is a logical thing I
Normal
do.
thing.
I will defend my that action till the day I die.
We'll reach out to Crackety, get a list of offenses, and we will address them on the Snack Check podcast when we hit $1,000.
No,
What if
hold
this-
on. I don't think we need to answer for our crimes.
Yeah, we're gonna
No, no.
commit
I think
more.
we have to commit more crimes so we can answer for them in a 25-minute long monetized YouTube video once we go get more popular. You know what I
Sure.
mean?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We have gotten a Prime subscription. Thank you. I appreciate you deeply. We love the Primes.
Thank you, Ranger from the South.
I think I know that person.
Never heard a word.
So, who is that person?
Hey, Ranger from the South. My friend Saul wanted me to ask you if you're single.
Oh shucks.
He's interested.
It's getting weird out here, y'all.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah. It's hard to have
that's
chemistry with my screen. I'll just walk out the door and
True.
actually have,
Speaking of things Saul is interested in,
and including my wife.
Hey!
Hi everyone. I just want to very quickly, in the spirit of also plugging things and supporting things, we want to shout out our friends at Reflections of Chaos. They are a D&D 5e charity stream that plays on Wednesdays at 5:30 p.m. Central. And you can find it at twitch.tv/Aurelia. If one of my Chris already got it. Thank you. The Twitch, the link is there in chat. I just finished my D&D arc, and next up will be the finale battle, but we're taking a bit of a break. And I believe tomorrow there will be a Beat Saber night. So if y'all are looking to vibe out to some good music and some neon, feel free to go to the channel and join the community and say hey. And then hopefully in the future you'll be able to catch us for our big surprise of who's going to be GMing the final battle. It's gonna be a lot of fun. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and pass it off to one of my favorite people on this floating rock in space, Dustin.
Hey, that's me.
That's you.
Oh shucks. Yeah, I also stream on Twitch, twitch.tv/Valor6. I streamed this past Sunday, actually finally playing Genshin Impact, which is a game that people play these days, apparently. From what I understand, so I'll probably be streaming that again soon. I know that Friday, a game that I've been waiting for is coming out, so I will be streaming that as well. The Fire Emblem Warriors game so if you want to watch me smash a lot of people with weapons and do cool special moves while fighting the church, that sounded weird, but yeah. Anyways, tune in on Friday. I'll probably also be streaming on Thursday, maybe even tomorrow afternoon. Who knows? We'll have to see. Depends on if I sleep or not. But yeah, twitch.tv/Valor6. one of these days people will remember that it's exclamation point Dusty instead of exclamation point Dustin. And if not, and once they do, we can change it again.
It is purely muscle memory right now.
Yeah.
Like I did not even think about it. I was like, oh yeah, exclamation point Dusty.
You're not the only one. I think that everybody else has done it at least once.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Speaking of muscle memory, Chris.
Hello. It's me again. How are you doing? Would you like to see my pictures? If you would like to see my pictures, go to chrisallard.net and look at my pictures. If you would like, if you send some money my way, I can even make you a special picture.
Your
Just
very
for
own
you.
picture.
Yeah.
Your very own picture.
Please check out Chris's portfolio.
Yes, my graphic art and my just overall art portfolio. Just check it out. I have a commissions tab if you would like to commission me. My email's on there, and you can email me and be like, "Hello, I would like thing," and I'd be like, "Here's how much thing would be," and then that process continues on.
Thank you, Chris.
It sounds very cool. Everyone should go do it.
You know what
I was gonna
else
make a
is
joke.
cool, Mars?
What is cool?
Your one-page RPG.
I did do that. I did make that, and I was working on it today. I was finally working on typing it all out. So that should actually be up within the next week this time.
Nice.
Instead of all the other times where I've said it will be up as a typed version within the next week, and then didn't do that. So if you would like to look at that game, I did do little drawings on it, and it's silly. You can also play it, which is cool. Would love to hear how it goes. Also, speaking of games that can be played, D&D is one of those games, and I'm doing that on Friday. I'm playing a D&D one-shot this Friday, June 24th, from at 5 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern on twitch.tv/thatD'Angelo, which you can see in the chat right now. And it's going to be real cool. Playing with a bunch of cool people. Chaos will ensue. Also, you can affect the story via like tips and donations and stuff, which is cool. So if you'd like to sow chaos, and you want to sow chaos on Friday night, boy, do I have the place for you.
Hell yeah.
It's twitch.tv/that_D'Angelo.
Nice. And Chris, I think that's the end of the announcements.
Okay, cool. For the sake of time, because I don't know how long this final session will take, I'm calling it now. It's the final one. We're ending at some point, probably, hopefully. I don't have an intro, so all I have to say is thank you all for coming out. I'm very excited, looking forward to a great session with all these wonderful people. And so again, welcome to Turntables RPG. That's the thing we say before the intro. Ooh. Ooh. understand.
Yeah.
You have to understand their
Like-
thought process.
Throw paper first.
Well, I don't know, but first you have to just It's all about reading the other person.
What's everybody's
then-
rock paper scissors strategies? Tell us in chat.
I'm not. No, I was
Hang
like,
on.
I'm not telling you.
Hang on, I got a bit.
Masha's gonna hoard her ancient strategies of rock paper scissors.
Yeah, man, I'm the undisputed champion of California for rock,
Wow.
paper, scissors in women aged
Wow.
20 through 30.
I have to keep mine secret for every time I play Yu-Gi-Oh.
Mm.
True.
I- One of my never mind. I don't want to disclose my rock paper scissors secrets. I just realized maybe one day I will get into a rock paper scissors fight with one of you.
We've already been in rock paper scissors fights.
Well, I
doesn't
wasn't.
Online.
I don't
And
remember
just
playing.
with Chris, I still haven't met Chris in person. I'm not convinced he's actually 6'7" or whatever.
I'm not actually real. Is the funny thing. I'm an
Don't
AI
do that
created
to
by
me.
Jeff Bezos to sell Twitch
Stop.
Prime.
I refuse
the
to
most
believe that such a wonderful
sophisticated to
person
date.
could come from the mind of Jeffrey Bezos.
Wouldn't that be hilarious? Jeffrey Bezos invents an AI and is like, "Where should we test? Where should we test this new AI?"
Mhm.
A
I found this
tabletop
Reddit
stream.
post
Yeah.
for an actual play. Anyway, cool. So, we are going to, I guess, start with a very quick recap. Our mystery started as our group goes to Whitebridge, the bigger sister, in quotation marks, town to Fogwell, sort of the main rival to the Fogwell citizens. Whitebridge is a much bigger town with a lot with a better economy, more people, and overall more successful than Fogwell. And there's a lot of tension over that relationship. And all that tension has sort of come to the head at the annual Zorba County Pig Fest. This music is a lot more exciting than I thought it was going to be.
It's okay. It's not very loud right now, so. if you-
We'll go to this. Okay. So, our group goes to the Zorba County Pig Fest 2022. They meet some wonderful, wacky characters, such as Sasha the Formidable, who is gone missing.
Don't do this to me.
Sasha does not die. I've gotten
Sasha
this
the
in
Formidable.
writing from Chris.
The head of the fantasy booth. No one checked up on her. We don't know what. No one made sure she was around, so we don't know where she is.
We should have
but
made
that's
Cole get her number so we could check on her.
Yeah.
That's so true. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. They met a turkey salesman who sold very angry turkeys, and then after a certain point of the festival, he seemed to be infected by such anger as his turkeys escaped, and he angrily tried to get them all and corral them all back with the help of Fig. And he seemed so overcome by anger from the situation that he was able to dent his van enough through his anger. Well, he was angry enough to dent his van. They met a interesting mystery meat van. Check out our Twitter for our bit video. Who was selling all the groups, all the kids and the families, his solo cups full of mystery meat for free. How kind of that guy. Free food for all. Let's go.
Yep.
That's pretty progressive.
Yep.
And then they met at the pig wrestling. The head of town council, Judas Whitebridge, who basically has come to them with information on he is concerned about the actions of the mayor Zachariah, who is it's going to be hard to go over all the information. Please watch the last episode for all these details, because there was a lot of
Yeah.
there was a
We'll
lot of
sit here.
there was a lot of political exposition explaining all the wrongdoings Zachariah
You
was
can also
going-
pass it off if you want to. It does not have to ride on solely on your shoulders.
Yes, does anyone else want to describe what they understand? If they, well, okay,
I will.
yeah, someone else describe
pick
it.
me, keeper, pick me.
Okay, so
Okay. Hi, everyone. So, with the mayor, Zachariah, what we found out was that essentially the mayor was essentially like a gateway for a shady overseas corporation. I'm not sure if the corporation is called the Baron or if the person in charge was called the Baron. Either way, the Baron was now using the mayor to enter into the city of Whitebridge, bringing in lots of money and lots of resources in order to implant themselves within the city and its infrastructure. So, as an example, they brought in their own police cruisers for the city of Whitebridge, as opposed to the normal police force that is for the Zorba County. So these are specific to the city of Whitebridge, and the officers who drive them are not city officials. They are private employees of this company that patrol this city and keep the peace. Let's see here. They're currently helping with homelessness as described by the mayor, and collecting quote unquote local wildlife, which we as the hunters of the supernatural know to be very exotic, to be the least, to say the least. And am I missing anything else, Keeper, or is that pretty much? And we got all of this in emails in the mayor's office, point blank, interaction between the Baron and the mayor talking about how they wanted to, like, it was ambiguous enough that a court of law could possibly sway in their way, but it definitely still is evidence in some way, shape, or form. Yes, and that was because we snuck into the mayor's office with the help of Judas. Ironic.
Yes, perfect. Yeah, exactly. The Baron, the company slash the owner is also called the Baron,
Right.
Which is very confusing. Is helping Whitebridge with various political aspirations. In return, they get to set up shop in Whitebridge in an undisclosed location that the group finds underneath the town. Specifically, they found an entrance under the city hall,
In the mayor's office.
Town hall. Underneath the mayor's office in town hall. And they are collecting resources, various wildlife, and another substance that we can talk about. Does anyone want to specifically talk about what they found in the secret underground facility underneath town hall?
Rage juice. It's like a weird rage gas that makes people real upset. Yeah, it's like a red rage gas.
I bet you it's G Fuel.
It's gamer fuel. Watch out.
It's red and it makes you as mad as a bull.
Fig and Cole also found scrolls.
Yes.
We sure did, and Cole could read some, and I can't remember what they said. It was like the location. Please help. I don't have my notes.
So
It's okay.
Or do you have?
It was that weird happenings have been going on since for a very, very long time. Basically, the scrolls themselves were dated back centuries, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
And they spoke of strange happenings, strange feelings that seem to affect people going back as far as the first people in the area, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So there was one scroll that you guys found that you guys couldn't read. It was in some language that no one was familiar with. That specifically talked about specific locations that were important, but you couldn't read it, so you couldn't gain anything off of that.
Yeah. It was in the classical Latin, not the ecclesiastical Latin.
Yes. And then you found another scroll that you could read in the Latin that we decided that Cole can read. And that specifically talked about original not settlers because they didn't settle. They just sort of explorers who first came across the land, and as they explored deeper into this area, when they explored certain areas, they could tell that tensions were rising inside their group, and violence was about to ensue. So they had to get out of there quickly, and they blamed it on the devil, and they sort of waved it off and was like, "Uh-oh, it's Satan's in these parts. Got to get out of here," and that was that. And then obviously, Ren and Arthur went to another room
The
called
testing.
testing,
Mhm.
where they found this red gaseous plasma substance that seems to emit anger and rage. No one has actually tried to touch the full substance yet. They've only gotten bad vibes from it, literal bad vibes. You get you feel it, and it is off. And then while they were exploring this, they hear four sets of footsteps coming down the hallway from where they came from. As they are from the other side of the hallway, they hear this ominous beeping, like that of a heart monitor. And so they hear these four sets of footsteps come up, and when they look out, they see a very familiar group. The guests of not honor, but honor, like the musical entertainment of Pigfest, the K-pop group that no one had heard about before called Don't Ask. And when Cole peeped out to see what was going on, he saw that these four K-pop boys had glowing red eyes and bared their fangs at him. Another fact I guess I'll throw out there is the last time they saw the K-pop boys, they were getting into a pink limo with our other group member, Philip, in the promise of bringing him to dinner to talk about future career opportunities.
Because his dance moves were so sick.
Because his dance moves while he was dressed as a pig were so cool. So yeah, I think that's everything that's. Oh, also they have a raccoon.
Oh, yeah.
He is actually a man.
Right.
The group actually has a raccoon, which is being possessed by the soul of Atticus Campbell, an NPC from season 1, who the
Is
most
a
important
magician.
information you need to know about him is he is a birthday magician, but an actual magician, and a very powerful magic user that has now basically had his powers taken away from him as his body was put inside of a raccoon. So yeah.
Don't you hate it when you lose all of your magical ability because you get put into the body of a raccoon?
It
It's
sucks.
the worst.
Yeah, it happens. It's really inconvenient, really.
Yeah.
It really does. Cool. So that brings us to where we are. Cole, you see. We go back to the hallway. And Cole, you are peeping out and you see these four K-pop boys, whose skin has sort of gone pale as their eyes glow red and they bare their fangs. What do you do in this moment as you see these four, this quartet of calamity?
And they've stopped in front of our doors, right? Like two in
Yes.
front of ours, two in front of the other door.
Yes.
Testing.
I'm gonna say, just for the sake of simplicity, that the testing and the filing doors are fairly basically right across from each other, if not like a little separated.
We've got company. And he's going to brandish his axe.
Okay.
Oh, it's that kind of company. All right. And Fig will pull out her kukri and get in a defensive stance.
Cool. So are you guys walking out into the hallway to engage, or are you waiting for them to come to you?
I mean, what has more room?
That's a fair question.
You are the filing room you're in is very much like there aren't like it's not like a big library of scrolls. It's more of a small closet-sized space with several racks of these scrolls. So I would say if you wanted to bring them in here, it would be a very like it would be a cramped situation if you were to try to walk past these racks. Like it's only one row of racks that only has enough space for like one person to stand by. If that gives you an idea.
Yeah, closet size is probably good enough. Then Cole just kind of looks over his shoulder, shrugs, and steps out into the hallway.
Straight
Okay,
into
cool. And you're not specifically using one of your, or did you already use one of your moves?
Yeah, last week we ended with me using What Could Go Wrong, which is charging into immediate danger without hedging in my bets. And so I basically have hold 2 at this point.
Okay. Cool. So you come out, you see these 4 K-pop boys, all like stare at you as you sort of walk out into the middle of the hallway. Are you sort of like cautiously, or are you just like running in and attacking?
I don't think he's running in and attacking, but at this point, sneaking is over. So he's not really like crouched down and like creeping up on him or anything like that. He's stepping out with purpose, but he's not like immediately beginning to swing his axe at people.
Okay. So you walk out into the hallway and you see these the 4 of these vampires. I guess that's what they are. I'm sorry.
He said it. He said it.
I'm sorry if someone wasn't paying attention. So yeah, so you see these 4 vampiric K-pop boys just stare at you as you sort of walk to the center of the hallway, and they all sort of like strike a pose as they bare their fangs at you. Ren and Arthur, when you heard footsteps, you tried to hide in the corner of the testing lab.
On the wall, like facing with the door into the hallway, right? So like the idea was like if they were to look into the room, they wouldn't be able to see us because we were adjacent, right?
Yeah. You hear? I'm gonna say you're able to hear the door opening in the file cabinet. Cole, do you? And maybe if you're like, since you guys are facing the same, like you're leaned up against the same wall as the door, I'm going to say you're able to hear faintly Cole talking as he walks out into the hallway. So you're aware that there's an interaction going on outside.
I was also attempting to try and find a weapon in this room last we left off, just because Arthur does not have his sword. So
yeah. I do have something for you, Arthur. Once that may have been forgotten from episode 1, but
your wooden sword.
He does have a wooden sword.
He does have a wooden sword.
That would be
and
okay.
I had every intention as soon as Arthur showed up of Cole just tossing him the sword.
Cool.
From of course Sasha the Formidable.
Yeah, Sasha helping us out. Who's definitely totally alive.
Interesting. Cool. That is good to know. That's good to know.
So it's up to you if you want to say Arthur remembers that Cole has an extra weapon, or if not, you can search and find something.
It's a great question. I think for sure Arthur's just going to gauge the situation outside. Like Ren has the weapon, so Arthur's good with Ren taking point. But Arthur was going to gauge the situation and see like what was needed outside, in case there was something inside that he could use. So I'm assuming that like in that moment when he's in the doorway, because it's also a question of like, I'm assuming it's a very pivotal role that Arthur gets a sword, so I'm assuming that the keeper will make us have to roll for it in some way, shape, or form. So
we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I think Arthur will definitely like step out a little bit into the hallway to see what's going on after Ren. Yeah.
So you're saying you're like pushing Ren out the door and being
I'm
like,
not. Arthur's not
go
gonna
get
push
him."
Ren out the door, but Arthur's gonna. Maybe Arthur will like grab the door handle and like look at Ren so that Arthur can open the door and Ren can jump out, not having to worry about, just like prepped and ready with their weapon.
Yeah, I think Ren's gonna kind of make a "Are you sure about this?" Like glance at Arthur, but like is gonna.
I think Arthur will just kind of like look at Ren and say, try to bring some of them in here. Separate them so that they're not all grouped up. They can't, run at us like a pack.
Do we want them in the pissed off rage room? Is the question.
It's either the pissed off rage room or close quarters with everyone else in the hallway.
You did say the hallway's pretty sizable, right? Last week.
Yes, the hallway is big, as since Arthur, you went into the room with the big tank. You can I will give you that you can gather that the hallway is largeable to basically accommodate carrying those large tanks of this red gas through to various different parts of this facility.
Interesting. So I get the sense that this gas tank that I saw in that room isn't the only one, that there are multiple of them. Okay.
Just from the I'll give you that, just because from the size of the hallway is purposefully built to carry these kinds of canisters down, whether or not you don't know if it's whether just they end up here or if there is something deeper where the heartbeat is coming from.
I don't want to poke a hole in the wonderful scenery that you've built for us. Wouldn't you need really big doors to wheel those into the lab and into that room?
Yes.
Okay.
No, so basically you know how like in hospitals they have like sort of those slidable walls?
Yes. Okay, so that's okay.
So if you wanted to, you would have to be able to find like you'd have to find
like
where the latch is to undo, to sort of like slide the wall away.
Would you say that the wall that we are currently using as like or are leaning up against is that wall?
Yes.
Cool. Arthur's gonna look for that latch.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna ask you to roll investigate a mystery.
Dope. First roll of the night. Okay, that's a 5 and a 2, which is a 7, and I have a +1 to sharp, so an 8. Mixed success.
Okay, cool. You can hold 1. I'm going to suggest for that specific thing what is being concealed here.
Yeah, Arthur's been in a lot of hospitals, so he knows that these kinds of walls are a thing. And he's like, "Oh wow, what a similar texture." And we'll find the latch and pop it so that the wall just completely recedes in, and maybe we can surprise these K-pop boys.
Okay, cool. You slide the wall. You see it sort of starts to fold in on itself.
God damn, it's just so slow. I thought it was gonna be faster.
It's one of those things where it's like, even though Arthur works out a bit, it's still like it's not meant to be like slam it open.
Sure.
Surprise. It's more of a thing of like hello. So you slide open the wall, and you just see in the middle of this hallway the 4 K-pop boys facing basically doing a standoff against Cole. Fig, are you staying in the filing room, or are you engaged? You sort of hear this wall, like, to order of events. Cole walks out, they pose, wall opens up. You're hearing all this happening. Do you run in, Kukri slashing?
Can you repeat what is happening?
Okay, so Fig, you are in the filing room. You
Right.
see Cole. Walk out and basically stand off against these 4 K-pop vampire boys. Basically, right after that happens, you hear Arthur like fold back the
Wall.
foldable wall of the testing room, and the K-pop boys sort of go like, "Huh?" As they turn to look at this.
Yeah, it's
Arthur,
a thing.
Like, Arthur being like, "Hold on, I'll get it."
I'll poke my head out because I gotta see what's happening here.
Okay, cool. You come across this scene. The testing room is now opened up. The vampires are just sort of like standing there, and if you don't do something, they're going to start attacking. Not like they're waiting for you, but I'm just saying like you sort of see like,
Right.
okay, they're about
We're in
to
bullet
attack.
time.
Right.
Yeah. Slow-mo. Arthur's pushing the wall back.
Mm-hmm.
Cole's in the middle.
Ren, I'm assuming Ren had their Kopesh out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Ren is in the testing room with their Kopesh out. The vampires are like leaning back, like they're about.
They're all
to
doing JoJo poses.
Yes.
I don't know how to JoJo pose. That's the best that you gotta like really bend. You gotta make your body really work for it. Man, I'm trying to think if I would get anything good out of Read a Bad Situation, because I feel like the biggest threat is the 4 vampire dudes.
Mm-hmm.
And then
It's Cole.
It's Cole.
yeah. I mean, obviously, the second biggest threat should be one of the questions.
Thank you.
There.
Actually, the second biggest threat would be Ren.
Very cool. Where do they look like they're gonna go? Like, do they look like they're all 4 about to pounce onto Cole?
They're about they see Arthur, and so they're about to pounce on Cole and Arthur is basically where this is going. They see that you and Ren are sort of already in your rooms, so to go after them would leave too much of an opportunity for Arthur and Cole to attack.
Big is just not very tough. Yeah, I think that if it means that it won't be 2-on-1, I am going to lunge out with my kukri and try to just stab the closest one to me.
Okay. Well, can you roll kick some ass for me?
Yeah, first blood.
Surely
First
fucking
blood.
try.
The first blood, the blood.
Oh thank God. I'm using my cryptid dice and I couldn't remember if the cryptids were the 6 or the 1. They're the 6. I rolled an 11, so that's a 12
Nice.
Nice.
for kick some ass.
Choose one extra effect.
Can you remind me what they are?
You gain the advantage, take +1 forward, or give +1 forward to another hunter. You inflict terrible harm, which is +1 harm. You suffer less harm, -1 harm, and you force them where you want them.
Or you force them where you want.
Right, I only get 1.
Yeah, you
Right.
only get 1.
Okay. I would like to force them where I want them, which is to say, onto the ground, please. Like, I want them to have to work to get back up.
Okay.
So I think what this looks like is I come out with my kukri and I just kind of like stab and shove down into the ground. Hopefully just shoving the guy all the way down. And my kukri is 2 harm, hand, and messy, like me.
Nice.
Okay. Interesting. Cool. You run in. You see this happening. You rush out of the filing room, and you see these vampires like start to lunge as you run up, and you stab one in the chest. As you stab it in the chest, it sort of scrapes at you, dealing 1 harm. As you sort of drive it to the ground. And now it is on the ground. You've pinned it. You've stabbed through its chest. It doesn't seem like it's killed it instantly, but it certainly doesn't like where it is. So yes. So you see. So you've taken this vampire K-pop boy to the ground. The other 3. The other 3 basically rush past you as you're on the ground with this vampire K-pop boy.
I don't want to be on the ground. I want him to be on the ground. I would like
Okay.
to remain standing.
You're standing over them, but you're basically like bent over, like driving, unless you like instantly pull your kukri out.
I mean, that's how I picture it in my head, is like stab, pull out, shove, you know?
Okay. Cool. So yeah, so you stab and you push him to the ground, and so you're over them. While you do this, the three other members rush past you. Cool. Everyone else. Cole, Fig has gotten one of the vampires that would have come up and attacked you. You see, as it is running at you, it is going to attack you. Can you roll me some kick some ass?
Absolutely. In the process of this, can I chuck that wooden sword toward the sliding gate?
Yes, you can.
Like, that's not part of the attack. That's just
Mm-hmm.
that's just set up for later.
Yep.
I'm very interested with how strong this sword is.
It's a good question because I don't know. I bought it because Cole's an absolute nerd, but
Sure.
it turns out that it actually helped you. That's going to be a 3 + 1, which is 7 total.
Okay. That is so 7 is just
Mixed success.
on a 7 plus you and whatever you're inflicting harm on each other. The amount of harm is based on the established dangers of blah 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 blah. Okay, cool.
Yeah. My weapon is a fire axe, which is 3 harm, hand, messy.
Nice.
Okay, 3 harm and a messy.
3 harm, hand, messy.
Hand messy. What?
Yeah.
Why is your hand
Mine
so
is
messy?
also hand messy.
Because
Why
it's
are
a
you-
handheld weapon.
Why are your hands so messy? Please wash them. Cool.
Okay.
Cole, are you
I should quit.
Cole? I assume you're just like going down with your axe.
I picture it more as a baseball swing since they're standing.
Okay.
But yeah,
So you ready your axe as this vampire K-pop boy lunges at you. You slam it into their shoulder as it sort of digs deep as they scream in pain and slash out at you, dealing 2 harm.
ouch.
Yeesh.
This one looks very bad. You've basically like half of the where you've hit their like arm is like flopping off. It's still attached, but it's basically you've opened up like and they're not happy. They're like, I'm not gonna be able to pose in my K-pop bands anymore. Cool. Ren, you well, since Arthur, you're folding the wall. I'm going to say one of the vampire boys goes up to you, and do you continue? You're not like full. The
I'm
hallway's
not pushing it all the way in.
Okay, cool. I was gonna ask because you could either commit to this action, or you can try to defend yourself with hand-to-hand combat.
I was gonna do that.
Okay, cool. I don't know if there's specific rules to hand-to-hand.
I'm
or if
pretty
it's
sure
just-
your hand is just 1 harm.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Sounds right.
So
That's
roll
pretty
me some
much it.
kick-
I think like the martial arts gives you an extra +1 to that, but he doesn't have that.
I have martial arts training, and it's 1 harm, hand, innocuous.
Interesting.
I can check the book.
Well, while he is doing that, Ren, you see one of the vampires basically jump over, lunge past Cole as he's engaging with one K-pop boy, and go at you. I would like you to also roll kick some ass.
All right, let's use the Ren dice. That's a 9 + 2 is 11. Yes.
Okay, cool. Add 1 effect.
Gonna I think Ren's first instinct in battle most of the time, all the time, is like protect Arthur, like protect their partner in this scenario, especially when Arthur doesn't have his sword. So I think give +1 forward.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm going to say, I'm going to read this as, and if anyone's like, Chris, you're being too weird with this, I'm sorry. I'm going to say that how you do this is, as the vampire is lunging at you, you see Cole slide the wooden sword through
I thought he threw it.
through the wall, the opening, and you're able to kick it over to Arthur's feet, and that's how and then on top of that, being able to grab his sword after he deals with his vampire, he will also have his plus forward. And so yeah, so how much harm does your weapon do to this vamp?
It is, well, bronze doesn't do anything against vampires, but 1 harm, or no, sorry, 3 harm, magic,
3 harm.
hand balanced.
Thank you. Thank God these guys are durable to hand weapons. Uh-oh. Cool. You are able to kick the wooden sword over to Arthur's feet as you slash with your Kopesh into this vamp. They also are able to slash at you with their claws to deal 2 harm. Cool. Now, Arthur, so have you found anything about hand-to-hand combat?
Yes. So the idea is that I believe the mixed martial arts does that 1 harm. Otherwise, if it's hardly more dangerous than a punch, or this is for custom weapons. If it's hardly more dangerous than a punch, it's 0 harm hand. If it's sharp or heavy, it's 1 harm hand. If it's dangerous, it's 2 harm hand heavy. If it's a weapon designed to kill, 3 harm. If it's overkill for a person, 4 harm. And if you throw it, if you can throw it, add the close tag.
Okay.
Or I guess if it's built to be thrown. Or I guess like in this case, it's like, you know, if you're in a haunted house and you throw a lamp, you know, it would count as like the close tag. But so here's my question, because you asked me before the sword was slid towards me, and I did not have the sword in hand. Am I capable of rolling to grab the sword and thus engaging into combat?
Yeah, I would say I would ask you to roll act under pressure.
Sure.
And you know, add your is the plus forward just a one-time use?
Yes. Otherwise, it would be +1 ongoing.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So it's up to you if you want to use the plus forward that Ren gave you or not.
If I do not use it, will it go away?
Let's just say use the plus forward for this, and we'll call it a day.
Sure. Fun stuff. Act under pressure is plus cool.
Yes.
Okay. So with the plus forward, I rolled a 2 and a 3, which is a 5. With the plus forward is a 6. With my +1 to cool is a 7. However, I'm gonna use bottle it up, and I'm gonna add 3 to that to make it a 10 and a full success.
Okay, cool. You see as you stop pushing this wall, as you turn and see this vampire jumping at you, you feel the wooden sword slide and tap your leg, and you're able to like stomp it as it flings into the air, and you catch it. Roll kick some ass.
Will do. Just want to double check. That is Spellslinger. I think double bottle it up is the professional.
I think so. Sounds
yes,
right.
so bottle it up. If you want, you can take a +3 bonus when you act under pressure for each +1 you use. The keeper holds 1. That hold can be spent later, 1 for 1, to give you a -1 on any move except act under pressure.
Okay, so at some point in the future, I tell you,
correct.
Stop.
Well, you can say -1.
Okay. Did that happen already at some point?
No, I haven't used bottle it up.
I feel like I remember someone telling me like, "Oh, remember to do something to me."
I
don't-
told you about Bottle It Up at the beginning of last session, so that
Oh,
you would
okay.
remember. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
Sala
you.
I
has
wanna
used
say
it
that-
before, but not in this mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Was it
that's correct.
Anne that had it last season, or
I don't.
I think-
someone
remember.
had it last season?
I don't know.
Yeah, and yeah. I feel like Anne took stuff from the professional, so more than likely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
You said kick some ass, keeper.
Yeah, kick some ass.
Okay. That is a 6 and a 4, which is a 10. With my tough is a 12.
Okay, what do you want to do?
I would
With
like
your plus, yeah,
I would like to inflict more harm.
terrible harm.
Yeah,
Okay,
terrible
cool.
harm. Because I'm not sure. Okay, so now that I have this sword in my hand, what are we talking about here? Is it just like 2 fence posts nailed together, or are we talking like a kendo, practice sword?
So as I described, I'll go into more detail than as I described last.
Or I guess like
session,
durability.
Or the first session. It is a pretty comparable like weapon, as in it's elegantly carved. It's sharp enough where it was, it can cause damage if you want it to. If you like, it's not something that's like, oh, I could actually like behead someone with. But it's wooden and it's steak-like.
Right. I'm-
Hockey
what-
stick.
Yeah, what I'm trying to figure out is it durable enough to be used in a very kind of like to like hit one of these guys upside the head and not have it break in half is what I'm trying to figure out.
Yes, I will.
As an example, that's not what I'm going to do. I just want to know if it's
Mhm.
durable enough.
Yes, I will. I don't know. I don't know if Monster of the Week has any specific rules on durability. But with this specific weapon, I'll say you're not certain that it could maintain its like. It can take a few hits, is what I'll tell
Right.
you, and then I will decide whether or not I want to
I think-
punish you for this later.
I want to say that there is like a fragile tag in Monster of the Week, but it's like a one-use kind of weapon. Like you use it
Yeah.
and it shatters, or like it breaks. And so like okay, cool. That at least helps me understand what I'm going to do. So as Arthur like slides down to grab the wooden sword, I think what he does is he rises as the vampire is like slashing down. He doesn't use the sword in his normal two-handed grip. Instead, he like uses like an overhand underhand situation. Uses the body of the blade to hit the elbow of or like to hit the arm and kind of like spin it around, spin the momentum around so that the arm is kind of like awkward and like pulled back. And then he's going to brace the sword with his arm, and he's going to use it to break their elbow in the opposite direction on this overextended arm. So it's like, he brings it up, spins it around, and then
Okay, so you're not trying to like actually like stab or
Correct.
Slash. You are just okay.
I'm using
Cool,
the wood to brace, to go for weak points within the human anatomy.
Okay.
Yes, like exactly the durability of what Dustin's holding. Yeah, and then the that would be the inflict terrible harm.
Okay. Cool. You break this vamp's arm, and you hear it sort of wail as you shatter it, and it sort of as it goes in and it slashes at you to deal its own 2 harm to you. And yeah, it's not looking good in this guy's eyes.
How much harm does the kendo sword do? Just like 1?
Yeah, so I will tell you the way you're using it. I will say I'm gonna say 1 harm.
Right. Sure. So then it would be the 2 harm total from my end.
Yes.
Cool.
Epic.
Yeah.
Cool. I guess going back, Fig, you have just pushed this vamp boy into the ground. he's getting ready to get back up. What do you do as he's in this vulnerable position?
So we've got the 4 vamp boys, but Philip isn't here,
No.
right? I think I'm gonna, like, as he gets up, I'm gonna be like, last time we saw him, Philip was with you. Where is he?
I think so instead of I'm going to phrase it like this. So instead
Uh-oh.
of choosing to attack this creature,
Oh,
you
no.
have chosen to communicate with it.
No. I don't like that. I don't like that wording, Chris.
I'm sorry. I'm just phrasing it such in a way.
All right.
Because just to be more direct, you're basically talking to it is giving it time to get up.
I mean, if it gives him time to get up, but he can't hurt me yet, like, I'll take a step back and be like, fucking brandish my weapon and be like, I need you to tell me where Philip is.
Cool. So you back up a bit as this K-pop boy stands up and he sort of hisses at you, and goes, "We have taken that monster down with the others."
Where? Does he do this? Classic TikTok. Classic TikTok fuckboy.
We have taken him to our master.
That's not good.
Oh my god, there is so much to unpack here. Who is your master?
He's going to attack you.
God damn it.
Kick some ass.
Yeah, you got it, boss. Woo, baby!
What did you get?
Don't worry about it.
I mean, we
could
kind of
work.
have to.
Yeah.
I might worry about it a little
Everybody.
bit.
I rolled a 5 plus my 1 tough. Unless I have 2 tough, which I don't think I do. It's a 6.
Okay, cool.
Can I help?
You are engaged in combat right now.
What is this like? This thing is on my axe, right?
Yes, it's on your axe. But so if you try to run, it's basically if you try to run, your axe is like lodged inside of its shoulder as it's sort of splitting open. If you would like, you can just tell me how you want to help out, and I will tell you if that's
absolutely.
possible.
It's called a Sparta kick.
Okay, cool.
Basically, he wants to kick the guy from his blade into the other one. He is trained in martial arts. Like, that is actually a weapon that Cole has on my character sheet.
Okay.
So basically, he would be just kicking this thing into the other to kind of throw it off balance to give her a +1.
Okay, so this is going to be so to do this, first you have to roll kick some ass to kick the vampire away. Then you're trying to roll help out again for that series of events to help Fig out in some way.
I don't necessarily need to do damage to this thing if I'm helping Fig.
You want to kick them away and use that as your help out roll.
Yes, so it would be a help out. It would not necessarily be like, basically I'm not saying that I want to both deal damage to this thing and also help Fig. The main concept right now is to help Fig. And so like, I mean, if you want me to do that, I can do that. Like, I can absolutely, if you want me to deal damage to this thing, I'm not going to complain about dealing damage to this thing.
I think just because this is a very complicated like combat maneuver you're trying to execute, I want to say you have to roll kick some ass, and then hopefully it's a 10 plus, so you can do well, unless martial arts says specifically that you can move them to where you want to be.
No, martial arts training is a weapon. Like, that's all it is.
Okay, because my instinct is to say that to force them where you want, you have to get a 10 plus on kick some ass. so I'm trying to decide how much of an ass I want to be.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'm gonna be one to you back. If you say yes. Like, no matter what, if you say yes to me, I'm going to be doing something that's gonna make you roll your eyes. I promise you.
Okay, cool.
So if that helps you be mean to me, then be mean to me.
Okay, sure. I mean, so let's roll kick. Let's roll kick some ass, and then if you get a 10 plus, we'll explore that world.
Okay, here we go. Well, unfortunately, I did not, in fact, do that.
Watch Justin roll 9, and then one of us is like, "Can we help out?"
Can we kick our friend into that one?
No. I got a 5. So
Okay, cool.
I'll kick some ass.
Yeah, I'm going to say I'm sadly going to say that this is not going to happen the way you wish it would. You try to get your leg up to kick away, you sort of slide forward as the vampire is able to get another slash at you to deal. I'll be kind and say 1 harm.
I will spend one of my what could go wrong things. No, not luck. Calm down. No, not luck. I thought about it, but like this is just a kick. Like if Fig had been a lot more hurt, then I might have spent some luck on this. But
Sure.
Fig hasn't even been hit yet. No, I'm spending a one of my holds from what could go
Fig
wrong
can take a few licks.
to reduce my damage by 1.
Now hold on.
So,
Right. Cool. So you do that. You're able to, as you're sort of sliding, you're able to sort of catch yourself and be able to dodge the slash of the vamp. Meanwhile, back to the original rolls that were happening. Fig, you rolled a 5 as well, correct? Or 6?
6 total.
Yeah.
I rolled
Okay.
a 6 total.
Okay, cool. Kick some ass doesn't talk about fails, but
They're in the book.
Yeah,
I
it's in the
think,
book.
like what the fail means.
I don't have the book with me, but
yeah, I think it's just a hard move.
Yeah.
Cool.
Typically.
Most of the time, yeah, it's just a hard move.
you get slashed for 2 harm by this vamp as it knocks you to the ground.
I'll spend my other hold
Mhm.
to reduce that damage by 1.
Oh, to reduce Fig's damage by 1. Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
Cool. I'm trying to think how
He can just shout about it. Like it's nothing.
Cole shouts, "Believe in yourself!" And as he's screaming, that spit it flies out of his mouth and hits the vamp's eye.
Like,
Or you know what? No, let's just say that it's because of Cole's stupidity. Fig sees Cole stumble backwards, gets a little worried, fights a little fiercer because she is in fact a good friend, if nothing else.
Cool. So you only take 1 harm instead of the 2 harm.
excellent.
Yeah, I knew how much harm you took earlier, so I'm like, wait a minute, hang on.
You're knocked on the ground right now. We're going to cut over to let's see what Ren's up to. Ren, you have slashed through this vamp. They look not too happy about it as dark blood oozes out of their gut wound. Do you want to keep kicking some ass, or do you want to help another friend out?
Ren is very good at doing one thing, and that one thing is kicking ass. And also doing magic, but I just gonna kick some ass.
Okay, cool. Roll me some kick some ass.
Oh hell yeah, that's a 13.
Ooh, hell yeah.
13, baby. Okay. Add an effect.
I think I'm gonna do the same thing as last time and give a forward. Just because I think that's how Ren fights, is like not necessarily trying to I think they're very strategic about it. So it's less of a like I'm gonna do this brutally and do because I was deciding between terrible harm and the +1 forward. I think it's less of a like I'm gonna do this brutally and more of a like how do I create an opening? How do I create an advantage?
Okay.
So
Cool. Who are you giving the plus forward to? Are you giving it to Arthur again, or?
yeah,
Okay. And how much damage does your weapon do?
3.
Okay, cool.
And it's got the magic tag if that makes a difference.
Okay. How do you want to kill this thing?
Oh, how do I think I think Ren I think Ren like sort of the Kopesh, the curve of the Kopesh kind of like they slash across and it sort of like gets a little bit stuck on like
Spine.
the jacket or like the something.
Mhm.
And so Ren just kind of pulls it. And I'm imagining sort of a both like a physical pull and then also like if you were seeing the magic in this room, there's like a string connecting them to the sword that is also pulling and it pulls the sword kind of through this vampire and basically just cuts him right in half.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. You do this epic maneuver and cut this K-pop vampire in half, as both sides just sort of flop to the floor, and Arthur, you sort of see this as blood starts as the vampire's blood like pools over the floor, and you're able and inspires you
So they can die.
It can die. True. With a and you get a +1 forward.
Hell yeah.
Let us just move to you then. What would you like to do with this +1 forward?
I'm still gonna kick some ass.
Okay.
Just gonna continue. Arthur's also good at only one thing, and it's not magic. Let's see here. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Right. So I got a 3 and a 4, which is a 7. And then I have the +1 forward, which is an 8. And then I have +2 to tough, which is a 10.
Okay, cool. So choose an extra effect.
Inflict terrible harm. I have a wooden sword. I need to do what I can.
And you're still trying to do this in like a blunt a blunt
I'm
bashing.
assuming that the that this will not kill the vampire, correct?
Depends on what you're doing. I'm gonna say that.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Then I would say this specific move, because it seems like obviously I don't think the broken arm has deterred this vampire's rage or ravenous nature. So I think Arthur is going to take a book out of both Fig and Cole's books, and he's going to try and get this vampire on its back. And
Okay.
I think, yeah, you heard me right. And he's going to copy a move that Cole had used on him in their bout, and he's going to sweep the leg to drop the vampire onto its back. It's
Okay,
not.
cool.
It's obviously like not as well trained as someone who actually trains in martial arts, but like anybody can sweep the leg if nobody's like if the other person's not expecting it.
Okay, cool. So so that's going to only. I'm going to say that's only dealing 2 harm.
Sure.
Cool. It's down on its back. You see it sort of. It smacks its head against the tile. As you see it sort of like reach back to its head in sort of instinctually as their hand is like covered with blood when it comes back. Cool.
Yeah, and then
They don't look too happy about that. They look very they turn paler than they normally are.
sure.
As
And
they
if possible, Arthur would also maybe like, it doesn't actually have to like hold them down, but for flavor wise, he is gonna use the sword to put it on their chest so that he's like holding them down. But
Okay.
that's not mechanically valid. So
Cool. Cole, you have narrowly you still have this. I'm going to say, as you sort of have slipped and avoided harm, the vampire is able to sort of slide itself out of the axe. Would you like to engage further? I imagine. I think you're muted, Dustin.
Let's correct that and have it not be freed of that axe anymore, if we can
Okay.
do so. Depends on how the dice feel.
Yes.
They feel much better today, it seems. And by today, I mean for this roll, because that's going to be an 11.
Okay. Choose an extra effect.
I mean, this thing's already pretty hurt, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we'll make sure to finish it off. We'll inflict terrible harm.
Okay. Cool. How much harm is that?
That's gonna be 4.
Okay. How do you want to kill this thing?
Well, he hit the shoulder before, so let's just finish that.
Okay, cool. You, it slides out of your axe as you sort of spin back around and do another jab right on your existing cut as you cut all the way through, cutting them in half, bisecting them as blood pools out of them and their corpse slides and falls onto the floor. And that is second vamp down. Fig, you are being held down by this vamp. I'm going to ask you to act under pressure if you want to get out of this vamp grab.
What if I don't want to?
Well, okay.
Watch it, please.
What? Yes, I would love to get up. I'm trying to think if I have anything that could help me. So, alright, so here's the deal. I have my animal companion,
Yes.
who is meant to be like a protector,
Uh-huh.
right?
Want him to eat some eyeballs?
Yeah, can I ask him to like nibble on this guy's ankle so I can get up easier?
Cool. Are you trying to specifically harm,
I don't know.
or are you just trying to like? Is there specific rules? I don't know how the tracker's companion works.
No, I don't think there are specific rules. I think that he just has the like bodyguard tag.
Okay.
Is what it is. I can't. Let me find
So the
it.
way the creature would act is in a manner to protect Fig.
Okay.
Right, exactly. So in my head, I'm like, would he just be like sitting there while I'm on the ground, or would he potentially
Just watching.
be trying
Like,
to? Yeah, he's just
Not
like.
dead yet. Cool. No, I think that's totally valid. For the sake of, I'm gonna say he's gonna go over and start nibbling on this guy's ankle,
Yeah.
and give you +1 forward to this roll to
Nice.
escape.
Very cool. All right.
I'm not gonna say it's enough to actually cause like, he died from
No,
the ankle
no,
bite.
I wouldn't
Like the
imagine
rabbit
so.
from Monty Python.
Cool. Thank God. I rolled a
Okay.
6 and the +1 makes it a 7.
Okay, and does Fig not have any cool?
No, Fig is not cool at all.
Wow, very
I
sad.
know.
Rest in
I
peace.
know.
Cool. You
What a
are
nerd.
you see little man go up and bite this K-pop boy's ankles as he sort of howls in pain, and you take this moment to basically like grab his face and flip him over as you roll and stand up. Would you like to kick some ass now?
Fuck it, yeah, let's stab the man again.
Okay.
He doesn't want to talk to me. I imagine that my kukri's like been in my hand this whole time.
Yeah.
So I am just going to aim for. You know what? I'll tell you what I aim for after I roll. How about that?
Okay, that's valid.
I rolled a 7, and then my kick some ass. My tough is a 1, so that's 8.
Okay, cool. How much harm does your kukri do?
2 harm, hand messy.
Okay, cool. As you roll and you both sort of stand up and face each other, you are able to slash at him, and create this. And as you sort of slash it, it's messy. It's blood. Blah, blah. And this guy is not looking great. Very not good. As little man is chewing at his ankle. He's able to get a 1 harm hit in this debacle, but that is it. Cool. Arthur, or well, how do I want Ren? We'll go to Ren, since this is I think the order I've been going in is Cole, Fig, Ren, Arthur. Ren, you have killed.
Change it up.
I could keep you on your toes. I mean, Arthur, if you want to do something, you can. You're on top of your guy.
I mean, yeah, I would definitely want to try to finish it if you'll allow me, but
Cool. I mean, he's at your mercy, and he's looking very not good.
dope. Yeah, kick some ass. Don't fuck me. You may have fucked me. Wait, hold up.
Okay.
That's. Yeah, no, that's so I rolled a 3 and a 2, which is a 5, but with the +2 is a 7, so it will be a mixed success.
Okay. Cool. And so either way, regardless of how you do this, 1 harm will kill this vamp.
Okay. Dope.
How do you want to kill this vamp?
I think Arthur's struggling. The mixed success is probably just him and the vampire rolling on the ground, trying to get like one on top, and the vampire's trying to bite, and so Arthur gets the sword in its mouth, and is like rolling, and then finally Arthur gets the upper hand, manages to kind of like get his his knees up, get some like upper body strength in, and he just takes the sword, lifts it up a little bit, and smashes it down into the mouth, and it breaks the fangs and the teeth, as he just kind of like slams it down into this vampire's skull.
Okay, cool. Are you trying to like blunt smash his skull?
I mean, that would probably be the yeah, essentially.
Okay, cool. I'm just making sure. Like, I'm trying to gauge blade versus flat end.
Well, that's how I like that's what I imagined. It was just like, even if it does have a sharp edge, because it is wood, it would essentially still be blunt damage at a certain point.
Okay.
I will say that Cole is going to be both impressed and disappointed in your use of the giant wooden stake he gave you against vampires.
Sure. Well, I don't know how sharp it is, my guy. It's just
Yeah. Cool. So you smash this vamp's head,
Yeah.
and he's dead now.
I think Arthur just keeps going.
Okay, that's
Oh yeah,
fun.
wow, brutal.
Yeah.
Arthur's in the rage room. Uh-oh.
That's true.
Ren, also in the rage room. You see your friend Arthur smashing this vamp's skull. You see Fig sort of still slashing the last vampire alive. Do you want to go up and deal with this vamp, or do you want to help one of your
How under control does how competent does Fig look like right now? Like, how's that vampire doing?
The vampire is really not looking good. Like, probably one more hit is probably enough to take him down.
All
I
right.
can't tell you how good Fig's doing personally.
It was more like the state of Fig in the fight, whether if the vampire was like, just alive and kicking. I think Ren would have been like, oh, maybe I should go over there and help. But I think Ren trusts Fig to be able to kill a vampire. So I think they're going to kind of like cautiously approach Arthur.
As
To
Arthur's just going.
Well, I should clarify because I mentioned it earlier, but I didn't really like flavor it. He used bottle it up, which means that like in that moment when he was about to fail that roll and not get the sword, like he was very close to like transitioning into one of his like states. And I think he was doing his best to refrain from doing that and kind of like
Okay.
bring himself back, but the adrenaline is still there, you know, of like
Mm.
I'm you know, what's the term? Oh my god. Weaponless, I guess. In a fight with, you know, supernatural beings, and that's just like piqued his fight or flight in that moment. And so yeah, that was the idea. So like he's a little frazzled.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think Ren is gonna go over and try and like unfrazzle them.
Thank you, Bartleby Prime. Disarmed, correct. Yes. In a state of disarm.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Ren, you go over to comfort Arthur in this moment of stress. Fig, unless Cole, you don't trust Fig to handle this situation.
If
Cole,
Fig-
do you not trust Fig in this situation?
yeah, if
That was a loaded way to phrase that. I apologize.
Wow.
I was just saying that because that's what Ren said. Ren was like, I'm not going to act because I trust Fig.
if Fig looks for help, Cole will be ready. Like
Fig,
that.
are you like, someone help me out here?
Just stab him again. I'm chilling. I'll fucking,
Okay, cool.
I'll do it again. I'll do
Yeah.
it again.
Do it again. Do it
I'll
again.
do it again. Cool. Yeah, I'll just Fig roll kick some ass. What?
Well, now
Worst case
hold on.
scenario is you fail.
How many of these vampires are still alive right now?
This is the last one.
Just yours.
I would like to try to restrain him instead, because I've got
Okay.
questions. Let me see if I can think of a good way to do that. Real fast.
None of you are magical, except for
Well, like I
for
could physically
Ren.
restrain him.
Yeah,
like,
that's I don't know if there's a specific rule book explanation for that. Maybe it's act under pressure, but I know there's like a magical like restraining
One of
a
the
person.
effects of use magic is to like trap someone in a place or, you know, chain them there or something like that.
Well, how about this? I think that my alternate weird move is no limits. So it's the kind of thing of like, oh, I'll twist his arms behind his back and hold him there.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
That could potentially be like, would not be able to do as a regular human, but I can push my body to those limits.
Yeah, that's valid. Whatever way you find, do that.
So that's my suggestion. I think that I would like to try to go balls to the wall and like act as if I'm lunging with my knife again, and then grab one wrist and like twist him around and grab them both.
Okay. Is that I assume you roll weird for that, if that's your
I
alternate?
think so. If it's an
Okay.
alternate weird move, I'm doing it. Oh, I'm not doing it. Wait, I should be marking down when I fail, because did I
That is
fail?
true. You failed at, I think, once.
I failed once.
Yeah.
This is
Okay.
my second time failing.
Yes.
Well, what'd you roll?
5.
Okay, yeah, I can't
there's
help.
no
you.
help in that.
I
don't
sorry,
have
I
that
like don't
yet.
have my sheets. I'm doing it on my phone. So that's I rolled a 4 plus my 1 tough is 5.
Weird. But I
One
think it's
weird.
the same thing.
I have 1 weird.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool. You try to grab this vamp, and it's able to sort of slash you for 2 harm, as it sort of is able to get out of your grip.
All right, Cole's gonna step in now.
Okay.
Yeah, I am unstable at this point.
Yeah, sorry, Fig, but at this point, Cole like moves into action. I mean, these are literally vampires, the thing that Van Helsing's are supposed to fight. He's not.
Mm-mm.
So,
So you're aiming to kill.
Yeah, he has
Okay.
no idea that that's what Fig's plan was. So, yeah, he's gonna try and ask, like,
Correct.
she was trying to ask questions. He's gonna ask questions.
Epic.
Hey, I like that. I
Okay,
like that.
Van.
That's good. That's smooth.
Okay, roll some kick some ass.
I want that on a shirt.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna be 9 this time.
Okay, cool. It's only at 1 health.
Yeah, and I do 3 harm, so
So, Mr. Van Helsing, how do you kill this vampire?
decapitation, obviously.
Cool. You see it sort of scratch and jump away from Fig. Unfortunately, this vampire has backed closer to you as you reel your axe back and swing as you cut off its head, and it rolls and thuds to the floor.
Yeah, just picturing like this thing is like standing over Fig almost as it backs a little bit away. Then suddenly its head disappears. It falls to the ground, and Cole's just like kind of standing there, covered in vampire blood, just kind of panting away. And then he says, "Got to get the one-liner in. Don't ask, don't tell."
Boo.
Don't axe. Don't.
And with that, we're gonna take a break.
Nice.
Classic. We'll be back in 10 minutes at essentially like 46 after the hour or 14 before the hour if we want to get specific. Feel free to, walk around, get some water, get a snack for snack check afterwards. But we will be back soon. Thank you for watching. And we're good.
Very interesting about my mouth is it's very fucked up.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, my teeth, like I'm missing teeth, and therefore,
Hey, me too.
so like one of my wisdom teeth don't exist. All three of mine have come in, perfectly fine because there was a tooth missing at the bottom of, since there's the one tooth is missing on this side and there's a tooth missing in the front of my bottom. Basically, my wisdom teeth coming in is not like moving anything around or causing pain.
Yeah, see that thing is though is that mine are like that too. So I did not notice them until they were too damaged to actually like I said they're cracked at this point.
Oh.
Like they're really bad off. Because I was born not without either of my eye teeth, which I was born without any teeth, and they grew in later. But I never got the adult.
Could you
eye teeth.
imagine a newborn baby born
Yeah,
with
I
a
know.
full set of teeth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep
Yeah,
that
like
image for the next months to the week mystery.
Like hold it there for just a second, Chris. The two teeth, the teeth on either side of the top front teeth,
Right.
I don't have. I just I don't have at all.
So not the canines.
Not the canines. I had
Right.
canines. So I had braces when I was younger, and they pulled my teeth in closer, and so I actually looked like a vampire for a while until they actually ground those teeth down to be a little more flat. But yeah.
Thank you,
That's-
Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Chris, for being just the perfect model.
Welcome to Teeth Time with Chris. Show me your
My
teeth.
funniest wisdom teeth story is not my wisdom teeth surgery. I have not had my wisdom teeth removed, but my ex was getting hers removed, and she was terrified of coming out to her mom while she was like on anesthetic. And so I collected like 50 pictures of Waluigi that I sent her while she was like under anesthetic. So when she woke up, she would read my texts and only be able to think about Waluigi and not coming out to her mom.
Nice.
It worked. She didn't come out to her mom.
She just said "wah" for 8 hours.
For 8 hours straight. But that's the funniest wisdom teeth surgery story I can think of.
I am terrified I'm gonna say some embarrassing shit, but I had to kind of think about, like, is it worse to say embarrassing shit in front of my mom or in front of my boyfriend?
Mm.
My boyfriend's not gonna make me soup.
Mm.
This man hates soup. No offense, Trevor.
Yeah, you're like
He's
putting
not
Trevor
watching,
on
he's busy.
blast for not making you soup.
The man doesn't like soup, so he's not gonna make good soup. I'm
um,
sorry.
Speaking of soup, what is
I
everyone
haven't gotten
else
it.
putting in their mouths?
I don't have my wisdom teeth. I'm just gonna add that. I'm just gonna throw that in there because I didn't get to talk about wisdom teeth stuff.
So you don't have wisdom teeth in your mouth, but
Correct.
what food do you have
What
in your
do you
mouth,
have in your
Saul?
mouth?
Well, I'm so happy you asked, Chris. I have a jalapeno beef stick.
Wow.
I scarfed down a very quick dinner of chicken and rice, and I was scrambling for a snack. And thanks to my in-laws, they gave these to Sydney when she was on her way back from Father's Day, and so we just had these in the pantry. So
Nice.
beef stick.
Cool.
I love beef sticks. Speaking of
I got-
meats, oh, go for
I got-
Mars.
I just got vegan jerky the other day, and it was pretty good, and I was very satisfied with it. It was also very fucking expensive, but
I like try vegan
Regular
jerky.
jerky's also expensive. all
That's
things
true.
considered.
yeah, it was
Speaking
like
of
it was
jerky-
like twice the price of regular jerky though. And I was like, because I think normal jerky's like $6 for like 4 ounces. This was like $6 for 2.5 ounces, I think.
Mm.
So
Speaking
was
of jerky,
fucking good.
Dustin.
I'm actually not having jerky today. In fact,
Damn it, Justin.
I'm having the. Yeah, whoever Justin is.
Justin's my jerky guy.
Justin, I think, owns Twitch TV or
Justin
something.
the
I don't know.
jerky
People
guy.
all talk about it. No, I have almost the opposite of jalapeno jerky. I had ice cream sandwiches, but with chocolate chip cookies instead of the regular.
Very
Right.
good. Very
Mm,
cool.
nice.
So,
That's good shit right there.
Hell yeah.
there we go.
Masha.
This is the last bite.
I am at my parents' house, which means I've raided the snack cabinet. I have a string cheese, salami, and then I don't know how these are gonna be. Greenhouse Foods grain-free and gluten-free plant-based mini donuts. Chocolate
Oh,
flavored.
very fun. I will say we
Um,
just had a name reveal in chat by Crackety Jones. Crackety Jones is Justin.
We knew his name was Justin.
I knew
I
his
didn't
name
know
was
that.
Justin.
No,
These
I-
plant-based donuts only have 1 gram of sugar, which leads me to believe they're gonna be awful.
No, not gonna lie. I grew up with someone named Justin Jones. Like he was actually one of my really good friends. So and maybe
Long lost
Ju-
best friends. This is
Jessica
the
Jones
arc.
Gender swap?
maybe who knows? But yeah, I get Justin a lot. I get as you may expect.
Cool. I had some potato chips, but I will not be eating them any further because they get stuck in my teeth and I get super uncomfortable.
And also the audio.
Yes, that also too.
Thank you for
I
being
don't care about
conscientious.
that. So
Thank you for being conscientious about the audio, Chris. I
no,
appreciate
I
you.
will not. I will not. We have yet to get to my fun sound effects.
I have macaroni and cheese bake
I actually
and
don't remember what I
soda.
have queued up.
Oh no.
Mac and cheese bake sounds really good.
It's pretty good. My dad made it because he thought I hadn't had dinner, even though I told him I did. But he was like, "Here, there's half a mac and cheese bake left," and so I had some, and it's really good. And that's the end of my story.
Thank you for sharing, Mars.
Anytime, I'll share about mac and cheese bake anytime. I'm also not eating my snack with them, but I don't think my new Triceratops chopsticks got shown on stream. They're children's chopsticks. I know how to use chopsticks, but they've got a little Triceratops on them, so I had to buy them.
Classic.
And they go
It
in my
was
work
required by
backpack.
Mars law.
It was.
By the law of Mars, let there be dinosaur chopsticks.
Yep. Everything has to be dinosaur themed or frog themed. This
Yes.
is where I store all my earrings. It's a little frog.
No, please, you go.
No, by all means.
No, because I was going to transition.
No, yeah. I was gonna.
I'm
toss it
proud
to
of you, Chris.
Yeah.
Cool.
Chris is like the sake that go.
I love this look of responsibility on you, Chris.
I was just going to say, for the sake of time, we will keep going further on into this
Go.
fun little adventure.
Before one of us tangents again.
Or Fig dies. Let's go.
Cool.
No.
Well, cool. So you guys are in the facility. Fig, you are unstable.
Sure
You
am.
have been you have a bunch of slashes all over you. Things are not looking good in the Fig department. Arthur, you're having a mental breakdown. Ren, you are consoling the mental breakdown. Cole Van Helsing, you've just chopped off a vampire K-pop boy's head. Vampire blood is everywhere. Very epic.
Fig, you okay?
No, that guy took a bigger chunk out of me than I expected.
Cole will like lean down and let Fig like use his shoulder to you know what I'm talking about.
Fig will use him as support to get up.
Yeah, Arthur's just kind of covered in blood at the moment. I think he's got like a splatter on his face. It's just like over his Pig Festival shirt. And even though the skull is pretty much just mulch now, he's just still like stamping down.
Did you destroy the head or heart of the other one?
I cut him in half.
That'll do.
I think once Ren gets to Arthur, I think Arthur's going to kind of like toss the wooden sword like a foot away from him and just kind of like sit back and like scoot away from the body, like holding his hands kind of like right here and just kind of like staring off into a liminal space.
Is there any first aid in there?
In the lab
There-
room?
Yeah. What?
There's.
Is that a
three
question to the
years.
keeper or to us?
Yes.
Okay.
You silly boy. So the question is, do vampires have med kits?
Or like within the testing room, if there was a first aid kit.
The new what were those books, like if you give a mouse a cookie, if you do vampires have med kits?
If you give a moose pancakes or something.
Cool. I will say
There's just an AED on the wall and only that.
We could roll luck if you want me to.
roll luck. I don't think you
Yeah.
can do that.
That's
right?
something that Masha.
I mean, I don't know that we've ever used it in our games, but it's something that like the crit show people do, where you roll 2d6 and add half your remaining luck to determine like if the weather is good or like if you can find a certain thing. In short,
It's not required.
Yeah,
I'm saying.
it's a home. It's a
it's not official.
It's a homebrew.
it's a home.
I'm fine with doing that if everyone else is fine with doing that. Or you could roll like a read a bad situation or an investigate a mystery to, like, what's the best way to protect the victims.
I mean, again, like even if there's not a first aid kit in this room, Ren can still use magic to
This is
heal
true.
one harm and stabilize.
Yes.
So what
So
are we
if
doing?
Ren-
Yeah.
If Ren, if you want to do that first, or if Ren wants to be like, I can heal people, by the way, boop.
Yeah, because I don't think that I've ever
or-
seen that.
Yeah, or Ren, you can just
No.
watch them be like, "Where's a med kit?"
I think it would be sort of a last, because Ren doesn't really know the extent of their power or how to control their power or any of the important things you'd want to know before doing life-saving magic on someone. So I think that's going to be more of a if things get dire, they'll be like, "Hey, Ma, can I get some?"
I think the idea is that they
Some feel-good
are
juice.
dire because she's unstable. Right?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's pretty dire because like she's bleeding pretty profusely.
Which is why I laughed at the beginning when Cole was like, "Are you okay?" Because I was imagining like
Okay.
Fig like really fucked up, and I was like, you know,
Oh,
Well-
Fig's pretty fucked up. I mean, well, how much is it? 5 harm is what your total is at.
I'm at 4, I think, but anything
Okay.
past 3
3.
is
unstable.
Oh, okay, okay.
unstable.
Yeah, I'm at 3 right now.
An unstable basically means you get +1 harm
Oh,
after a
that's-
while, right?
It's kind of up to the keeper's discretion. Like if I do poorly on a roll or like whatever, then I can just take harm at random.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not at random, but like if it would make sense.
I'll say you're fine right now. You are actively bleeding.
Yeah.
So if you guys take a lot of time before getting her stable, then we can explore consequences. So yeah, so it's up to you guys.
Yeah, if Arthur's asking if there's a first aid kit and it's not obvious that there is one, Arthur's going to get up and start going through cabinets and like opening them up trying to find something.
Cool. So do we want to do the luck thing, or do we want to do read a bad situation?
You decide, Keeper.
You fuck.
I'm okay with either decision.
Because
Cool.
it's I feel like it's a Keeper decision in the sense of
I'll
like all
say-
of us
Yeah.
may do it differently.
Yeah,
I'll just
I
say
think
read a
each
bad
of us.
situation.
There you go.
Say it again, because I didn't get
We'll
you.
read a bad situation.
Okay.
We'll play it by the rules.
Which is cool. All of us have bad sharp except for the one who's bleeding out actively.
So you would like me to do read a bad situation?
Yes, read a bad situation, and then hopefully,
Dope.
if you get a 10+, then you uh-oh.
So here's the fun part. I rolled a 6 and a 2, which is an 8. I have a +1 to sharp, which makes it a 9. However,
So let's just hold 1.
But we can help.
That is true.
I feel like this situation, they could
That
actually
does-
help.
Yeah, it could. This does warrant help. So if one of you wants to roll help, do that.
What's your cool sitting at, Ren?
I think Ren is moderately cool. I think. Let's see.
Okay, well.
Oh
Cole's
no,
also-
they have a +2 to sharp or
well,
+2 to cool, a
Well, there we
+0
go.
to sharp.
like, I can cheat because I have the power of heart, which is what I was going to do if Chris had let me do the thing earlier. But which just makes I succeed at helping out when fighting a monster. Unfortunately, stimming the bleeding after a monster attack, I don't think is fighting the monster anymore. So
Yes. So
Yeah.
cool. Ren, you want to roll help out?
yeah, Cole will like look for a place for to put Fig, like something like knock stuff off a desk or something so that they can sit on it.
All right. Cool. You brush some vials, empty vials off like the main kind of island countertop and lay a Fig on there. Ren, roll help out to help find a med kit.
All right. Yeah. Just gonna look in drawers and stuff. That's
Fig
a
is
7.
so embarrassed by all of this, by the way.
7 + 2 is 9. That took
Okay,
me a second.
Your help grants them +1 to their roll, but it also exposes yourself to trouble or danger. Interesting. Cool. I'm going to say you.
So
that
I get a 10.
Yeah, so that brings you up to a 10. So now you hold 3. Congratulations.
Thanks. What's the best way to protect the victims? So looking for a first aid kit.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You are able to, as you are sort of looking through drawers, you are able to find, a little a first aid kit that's sort of hidden in the back, like in a. Like you open up a cabinet and you see that a first aid kit's sort of been pushed and left to the side. It's very dusty.
Like one of those plastic ones, the Johnson and Johnson ones.
Yeah. So you get your first aid kit.
He tosses it across the room to Cole. Cole,
What? Cole catches it.
my hand's wet with vampire blood.
Yeah, he juggles it.
We have a serious biohazard here.
We have so many
Cool.
hazards here. This
It's very true.
place is not OSHA compliant.
Ren,
Okay.
as you, well, we'll let you fix up Fig, and then I'll handle the trouble that you're in.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
Sounds
fun. Okay.
Love it.
All right. I'm going to.
Well, actually, hold on. The series of events makes more sense if I do this now,
Sure.
because this is specifically tied to you helping out. Ren, as you are sort of looking through drawers, I see this more as Ren is like looking through drawers as a way of like, oh, this one's empty, this one's empty, this one's empty. As you are sort of like running around and pulling drawers out, you accidentally you yank a drawer and your elbow accidentally hits one of these red rage vials as it falls and it crashes to the floor. And
Fuck.
as it smashes into the ground, you see it sort of float into the air around you and dissipate. And then we'll explore what happens with that later.
Ah, cool.
Y'all remember in Finding Nemo when Bruce smells that tiniest piece of blood and he just goes,
It's very much like that.
That's cool. Can't wait to see the repercussions of that action.
It'll be fun. But Cole's gonna try and do some first aid on Fig.
Cool.
Stop the bleeding.
What role is first aid? Is it just act under pressure?
I
or-
believe it's plus cool. If I remember correctly, in the book, it is
Okay.
it is a roll plus cool.
Cool. Roll plus cool.
Okay, that's actually good. That's going to be a 6 plus 3 is 9, plus 1 cool is 10.
nice.
Nice.
Okay. Does anyone have the first aid rules up to tell me what that does?
Give me one
Good
second,
question.
Keeper.
It's
I should have had it bookmarked before this.
it's like near it's with all the other things that you can roll. I don't.
Here, let's see. Oh, is this recovery?
I believe
Yes,
so. But
I only have recovery.
Yeah,
Was
recovery itself.
yeah, it's because the sheets themselves don't have all the stuff. They're just like
Mhm.
for the sake of keeping, like a base knowledge of what's going on. I know it's over here. Hold up. Okay. Healing. First aid does not normally require a move. It's just regular practice. Hunter moves that provide healing may be used in addition to first aid. You can only benefit from first aid once per injury or condition. Serious wounds, 4+ harm, require treatment. They're normally unstable, meaning that they will worsen if untreated. The keeper will tell you when to mark off another point of harm. Left too long, serious wounds will kill you. If a move tells you that the injury is now stable, you can erase the mark in the unstable box. If you take more harm, blah blah blah, all this stuff. I think the idea is that, yeah, you roll plus cool, and then you could either stabilize, or maybe like stabilize and heal 1 harm, or something along those lines. But it's also the question of like, there's only so much that first aid could do to like such extensive wounds. So it is kind of up to you, Keeper. That's the idea. Is like,
So it doesn't specifically say like on a 10 plus it does this.
Correct.
It just says okay.
from the specific area that says healing. Yeah.
I could read you what medic does, which is from the professional, which is a souped up version of that, and you can draw from that if you want.
Tell me what it is. I have ideas in my brain, but tell me what it is just in case that changes my mind.
Medic, you have a full first aid kit and the training to heal people when you do When you do first aid, roll plus cool. On a 10 plus, the patient is stabilized and healed of 2 harm. On a 7 to 9, choose one of those, and on a miss, you deal an extra harm.
Cool. I'm going to say, because in my mind, it feels as though like the med kit probably.
Medic is trained, right? First aid.
Yeah,
is
the
just...
medic is trained compared to the so you're not getting two harm healed and stabilized. I'm trying to decide whether to stabilize Fig or heal like 1 harm.
Stabilized is the thing I'm going for. If you allow me to choose,
I will let you stabilize but not heal harm.
Is that okay with you, Fig?
That stabilization's the more important part. So.
Yeah. Okay. That
and
is
does that
what...
work? Is just like if you get more harm,
if
then
Fig
you're
is hit
unstable
again, then they become
Yeah.
If you take more
Okay.
harm and are still at 4 harm or more, then your injuries become unstable again. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to say you're able to bandage up and able to.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Fix...
Sorry. The last sentence is literally the one that we were hoping for. It says, for serious wounds, first aid heals 1 harm, but it will still be unstable.
Okay, well, sorry. Uh-oh.
But you rule it how you want it, Chris.
Well, I like following the rules, I guess.
No, like if you want to keep it, like either way, if she gets more harm, she will become unstable again.
Yeah. According to recovery, unstable wounds require first aid to become stable. And that is what we just did, was first aid.
Okay.
So
I'm going to just say she becomes stable
Okay.
and does not heal harm, just for the simplicity of it. And then so I'm cool. And so you're able to bandage and tend to Fig's wounds. Basically, you can tell like, oh, if someone tries to stab or bite Fig, these bandages are going to go undone and things are going to get worse again. So more hospital things are probably going to need to happen afterwards to get a more professional job done. But you've at least stopped the impending blood loss. Cool. Does anyone else want to do anything now that we're in this room?
Would we have heard the vial crash?
Yes.
Okay, so then Arthur's going to turn around and look at Ren.
Cole is in the process of...
Yeah,
Healing.
Cole's busy. Arthur's going to turn around and look at Ren.
Yeah, Fig's busy.
What's going
Ren's
on there?
There.
Or maybe.
Or not. Ren can't come to the phone right now. Ren, you are standing there and you see all of this happening. You watch as Cole quickly starts working on Fig. And you sort of frozen for a second as you feel this sort of pressure in your chest. As you glance over to Arthur, who's covered with blood and seems kind of shaken up from the whole experience. And you don't know why. Maybe your mind's thinking, someone needs to help Arthur. Why aren't we helping Arthur? But there's just this pressure in your chest, and you feel as though you feel angry about how all this went down. Why weren't you able to protect Arthur? Why weren't you able to stop so much damage from happening? And you sort of feel that, and you don't necessarily have to act on any of this right now, but you sort of feel like these thoughts as you find yourself questioning and sort of getting annoyed by things in the back of your mind, and you can ignore it, but you know it's probably going to build up later down the line.
I think Ren, for the time being, is kind of going to be like okay, I'm going to deal with that later, but right now I just need to get it like a little bit under control so I can... Because I think Ren feels a little bit responsible for the team sometimes, given that they had this like divine connection, and also like
the weight of being the chosen.
Yeah, they have this weight, and so they're like, I have to put on this face of like, yeah, everything's gonna be okay. So I think they just kind of turn around and or they like give a wave at Arthur so that so it's just sort of like a yeah, don't worry about me. Everything's good over here sort of wave to Arthur, and then just turn around and like put like I imagine there's just like some sort of cabinet or something, or like a table, and kind of cross their arms and like put their head down, on the table and just try and like focus on breathing and like calming down, at least for the time being. They're like not trying to address the root of the issue right now, but they're trying to deal with it in a healthy manner.
Go ahead, Chris.
No, yes, you can go.
I was so Arthur approaches, and he's just gonna kind of like gently put a hand on Ren's shoulder and say, "Are you okay?"
This shouldn't have happened, and this shouldn't have happened.
You're right. It shouldn't have, but we can't control that. It's okay. I'm okay. You're okay. Fig's gonna be okay. Just for the table across the room.
Ren,
yeah.
Despite these words, you feel they make sense, but this feeling inside of you still is sort of eating at you as you can feel your fists like clench, and your eyes begin to hurt. Again, nothing is happening or forcing you to do anything at this point. It's just
irritating.
It's just something's irritating you.
Yeah. I think they sort of abruptly stand up and then are just like pressing their fists sort of into their eyes. They're probably crying.
Arthur's just gonna like again move their hand from Ren's shoulder and just kind of like take a step back and pull his arms out and be like, look, I'm okay, and like he is bleeding from the damage that he took, but I would like to use my move. It wasn't as bad as it looked.
Okay.
Once per mystery, you may attempt to keep going despite your injuries. Roll plus cool. On a 10 plus, heal 2 harm and stabilize your wounds. On a 7 to 9, you may either stabilize or heal 1 harm. On a miss, it was worse than it looked. The keeper may inflict a harm move on you or make your wounds unstable.
Cool. Yeah. Do that.
You're like, look, it's not that bad.
And it just like a fountain of blood shoot out from his chest.
Imagine he's just like standing there and he's like, look, it's not that bad, and he like raises his arms and it's just like
like in Looney Tunes when they get poked several times and they had like water in their stomach or something and they have like
yeah.
They always grab water to drink, and as they do, it just sprays out of the water.
Okay, well, it's not it's not a failure. I have a +1 to cool, and that is a 4 and a 7, so it's a 7 and an 8, so it's an 8. Or I'm sorry, 7. Okay. Yeah, 7 plus the 1 is 8. And so I either stabilize or heal 1 harm. I'll just heal 1 harm if that's okay.
Okay. So Arthur, you show that you're good. It's not as bad as it is. Ren, I'm going to ask you. Sort of see this, and this does sort of calm you down a bit. I'm going to ask you to roll an act under pressure roll.
Okay.
Try to keep your cool.
Thank God I have +2 cool. That was a 6 + 2 is 8.
Nice.
Okay, cool. You actually feel better. You feel this pressure leave your body. Maybe it's not gone, but for now it's not as bad as it would have been.
And I think Ren is gonna just go like hug Arthur just to be like, you're good. And sort of like almost like a disbelief hug where it's like, you're real, you're good, sort of trying to ground themselves.
Arthur will be like kind of surprised for a moment, but like quickly hug them back. Remind me again. Did Ren take any harm during the fight?
Yeah, Ren took 2 harm. Yeah,
Okay,
because they killed the vampire before the vampire could do more harm.
sure. Yeah, Arthur's just gonna like again. Yeah, he's definitely gonna. It'll be like somewhat again surprised to kind of like a slow hesitancy to like a decidedly like firm hug. And I think he's just gonna kind of like mumble, we're kind of bleeding on each other.
Biohazard.
Yeah. I think Ren's just gonna like do that kind of laugh, but like when you're sobbing and it just kind of comes out like a horrible little noise, and then kind of hide their like just kind of, I don't know, like put their face, I guess, into where Arthur's neck meets his shoulder.
And Arthur's just gonna hold them. Yeah.
Well, this is the weirdest blood pact I have ever seen.
Oh my.
Kind of forgot.
Well, yeah.
How come he didn't help me?
Yeah.
Could have bit that motherfucker. Goddamn.
Fig hasn't even like recovered yet, and this motherfucker is coming back and just
Yeah,
like,
Fig is unstable again.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
He crawls out. He crawls out from under a cabinet. And he's like, "Hello."
Oh wait, no.
Thank God you
we did
completed
roll
that.
for Fig, right? She's stable
Yes.
now. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fig is
Cool.
good.
Yeah,
cool. I totally. Okay, cool. Arthur will say nothing. He's going to enjoy this moment with Ren and not let Atticus spoil it.
Cool. Yeah. So you all are battered and beaten after this fight. This one moment of levity is quickly interrupted by the echoing sounds of the heart monitor off into the distance.
Right. Well, I'm okay for now, but I can't take much more of what just happened.
Yeah.
I guess we should, I mean, now I'm worried about Philip. Because they said that somebody has him. And as much as I'm uncomfortable about him, I don't want him to be in the hands of something bad.
I agree.
Me too.
Only problem is we don't really know how to get out of here. We know that there's, the lift that we took down here. And I think that sign back there said the sewers, but I don't know how exactly to get back.
I have a feeling that the only way out is through,
Forward.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Deeper into the belly of the beast, you say. As he
don't have
says
to
that, you
call it
hear off
that.
in the distance.
That's a fun noise.
Kim, I question for the keeper.
Yeah.
The door that leads to that tank, does it lock?
There is a lock from the outside. Like you don't like. There's a key hole. You don't.
But we don't have that key.
You don't have the key.
Okay. I won't toss Atticus in there then. Then
How kind of you.
I know. I think Arthur's going to. He's going to. If Fig says that she's good to go, Arthur's going to take it at face value. He's just going to kind of like look at the rest of the group and say, "Oh, are we all good to keep going then?" Oh, by the way, Cole. And he holds up the wooden sword. He's like, "Thanks."
Yeah, hold on to that for now. I'm impressed you managed to kill it without staking its heart.
You know, I figured that after the fact, I think that probably was the smarter thing to do. Faster.
It would.
Quicker.
I do feel as though it would have done some more damage.
You don't get an opinion.
Yeah, you probably
Okay.
could have said something.
I
Or,
was
like,
I was
done
cowering in
something.
fear. My little raccoon heart was beating faster than my brain could move.
Okay.
Okay. So we're moving forward in this labyrinth.
Does Fig have her gun?
I want to say we established that she doesn't because having an open carry rifle at the fair would have been unwise.
Well,
Well-
I said you could have done it, but I think you said that you were just going to carry your kukri.
Well, I wish I had my rifle now. I mean, did we took Cole's van to get here, right?
We did.
Yes.
And I mean, yes, I feel like personally, it would have made sense for her to have it, just kept it in the van.
Maybe
and
like
then
a
went and got it.
pistol, you know?
Or-
Fig only has the rifle.
Yeah.
Only has the rifle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Or she could have left the rifle in the van and went and got it when we went for the manor or something.
I mean, I feel like
You're striking enough.
that would have happened, but we also didn't establish it, and I don't want to be
Right.
like, she has it
Mhm.
now that I need it. So
All melee weapons isn't bad. It's still weapons. I think before we leave the lab, I think Arthur is going to look at Fig and Cole and say, "We didn't have time to tell you," because, and he gestures to the corpses of the vampires. But he's going to gesture to the canisters with the red plasma inside that's like writhing and stuff like that. And he's like, "We found that."
do you know what that is?
I'm not a science guy, but if I when I get close to it, I got really agitated. And there's a bigger one, and he gestures to the room where the giant tank is, and he's like, "The source of these, I think, came from that. And when I stood in that room, the heat was intense. And again, I just wanted to punch something. Irrational, really."
We found some old scrolls written in old languages and found out that even as far back as the first explorers of this area, there was some supernatural things, at least according to them. They claimed some sort of demonic influence.
What did it make him do?
Did it tell us what it made them do, Chris?
It basically, the scroll was described that as they journeyed around, they found in certain areas as they traveled, they would get tensions would rise, and everyone would get very like angry and agitated at each other.
Right.
Okay. Cole will share that.
Cool. So we're ancient pissed off instead of regular pissed off.
Fig, you mentioned a couple weeks back that people were getting heated then too, right?
No, right.
Arthur's going to look at the how big are the canisters that have this thing in them?
The like the vials that Ren knocked over are like, you know, yeah, like a Coke can, like a soda
Okay.
can. Basically that size. You can tell like there's like the bottom of it, it's made so like there's a lid where you can like unscrew it and either have the liquid poured in or have different attachments. You can see that there's sort of there's some utensils, like there's a screw-on needle,
Right.
so you can like inject it into someone.
Here's my question for you, Keeper. Within the first aid kit that we found that Cole used on Fig, was enough material used to leave enough space within the container that we could fit one of these Coke can-sized canisters inside the first aid kit and carry it with us?
I will say you can carry, as the material that has been used, you can carry one canister. If you want, you could just dump the med kit out and carry 4.
Oh wow, okay. I think Arthur's going to go ahead and fit one in and kind of look at the rest of the group and say, do we want more? Should we grab more?
Well, I have some friends online who were scientist types. We might be able to get them to look at it.
Okay. That probably would require us to use the postal service.
Maybe. They might have some other ways of getting it.
Okay.
Drones.
Teddy is anxiously awaiting in the Discord chat. I think, then Arthur will go ahead. Well, here's the thing: is because like if we get beat up again, we may need some of these materials to do first aid again. So I think, Arthur's
You
gonna
could try to carry one in your pocket. The problem is,
if I fall down, I
it might
suddenly
break.
I don't. Yeah, I'm not sure if that would be the best. I think that Arthur's gonna take out like scissors. You can use your teeth to cut gauze. He'll take out any tweezers that are in there. There's no, I don't know if there's a chance of getting stung by a bee down here, but just take those out. Or like getting a splinter or anything that needs like tweezers. Actually, don't use tweezers on a bee sting, but like anything that you would use tweezers for.
There's a vampire in here that
right.
unlodges its teeth once it bites into you and then dies instantly.
It's gonna. What if they were actually like? Sorry. Keep the gauze in there. Keep some of the larger pads that can cover more wounds, and some band-aids. Something like that. Look at him.
Boys. Look at it. Look at Maddie's little tail. Look at him go.
Let's get Doggo in the chat, everyone. Let's get Doggo in the chat.
Dog.
Dog.
I don't know what they want. They're being so loud, and Gordy just tripped on my Birkenstocks. Baby girl, are you okay? Do you need to be picked up? Can you hear Matthew screaming?
Love it.
Cool.
So
okay.
and so I guess so the idea being that keeping enough first aid materials for like one more first aid roll essentially, and then putting 2 canisters of the plasma in the first aid kit.
Okay. Yep.
And then closing it up and la-di-da-di-da, swing ahead.
Cool. You now have half first aid kit, half rage juice.
And you did say that those canisters do come with their own injection, right?
Like you would have to there's a separate part, like they have a lid on it, but that you also see that there's like other lids that come with like injection needles.
Oh, so you would have to like replace one of those lids with one of those?
Yes.
Arthur will do that.
Okay. You can basically, you have, as you unscrew the lid on these jars, you very quickly
on one
have
of them. Sorry, one of them is normal. The other one will have the syringe.
Okay, cool.
Or the needle.
You're able to. You have to quickly, because you can see once you open it, it starts like kind of floating out. You instantly put the needle end on and close it, and now you have an injector of rage.
Cool. But yeah, so now that we have that, I think Arthur's just gonna look at the rest of the group and be like, I guess we just go now.
Forthwith into the darkness.
All right.
Again, so it's dark in here. We don't have flashlights, correct?
I'm so sorry, Saul. You don't have flashlights.
Would we not have brought some from Cole's van?
If you thought to bring flashlights to Pigfest.
I mean,
Yeah.
what use are our phones down here if not to just be flashlights?
You could do that. Yeah, actually, I think that's valid if you want to turn on your phone flashlight.
Can Ren try and do some magic? They did it earlier in the season and basically just light up their sword.
Yes, you
glow.
can do
They
that.
had the whole van glow.
Yeah.
Roll weird to enchant sword.
Oh, weird. All right. Oh, that's a 12.
Okay, cool.
So I choose an effect. Make sword glow.
Cool. You make sword glow. You now have glow sword.
Michael Sands specifically wrote under use magic, make sword glow.
Yeah.
Love it.
Oh, I think I enchanted a weapon last time, but instead of giving it like plus magic, I gave it plus light or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or I interpreted it as so do I get the extra +1 harm from that?
Sure. Might as well. You got a 12.
All right. Hell yeah.
Anything to get back to that Apophis 4 harm high.
Yeah, right.
All right.
Cool.
Let's go
Okay.
show them some ancient rage.
Right on.
Okay, epic. Let us go, young adventurers.
Wow, Atticus is very judgmental, guys.
I'm not. I'm just having a good time. I appreciate all of you.
Are you having a good
That's a
time,
nice
Atticus?
Atticus
Are you
Campbell.
having a good time? Because
It could
at
be
least
worse, I guess.
I'm pretty sure we've all gotten fucked up by vampires, so I'm glad you're having a fun time.
I got the most fucked up by vampires.
How did you get fucked up?
Emotions to his
Oh.
raccoon body.
He is a raccoon.
Fair.
Anyway,
He's not bleeding out though.
He could be.
my heart bleeds.
His body could
What
be.
they're
That's
doing
true.
to my poor Eric. Okay.
Maybe
That's
Eric
the
will
other.
also have turned into a raccoon, and you guys can be raccoons together.
Yo, what if we were both raccoons in a vampire fortress? What?
Just kidding, unless.
Unless.
JK,
Cool.
unless.
So, you guys walk deeper into the darkness. Meanwhile, you hear the beeping and sounds of unrest. As you walk further deep into the darkness, you eventually come across a caved-in section of the hallway. And directly to its left are two double doors with red glowing from inside of them.
Is it a familiar red glow?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the color is familiar.
Oh, it's familiar. This is cherry flavored.
This is Crayola Red. Even saying it since
Crayola-
your childhood.
Rosé.
Okay, I mean, I think the double doors. Do we have any sense if they like just if they're like free form or if they push in or pull out?
It's a swing out.
Yeah, whatever. Like
Freeform,
they're
you
double hinged or
slide.
whatever it is, where they just like saloon doors. Like
They're doors that only work if you push at them at an angle. Anyway, no, they open outwards into the hallway. You can see that these doors are just big enough to like open up and bring the tank in. There's no collapsible wall situation.
Gotcha. You said they're pull.
Yes.
Okay. We don't have firearms. Okay. Arthur's going to. I mean, Arthur's going to look at Cole and say, "I think the two of us should open the doors, and let the other two go in with like as point. I think one should probably be Ren because they're still good. The other could be you or I. I'm okay. I'm not too fucked up from the fight, but if you want to take it, you can.
Sure.
Okay. Then Arthur's going to go up to one of the doors and like grab the handle and prep to open it.
Ren's gonna go up to where the door would open.
Okay.
Cole stands in front as well and hefts his axe. Not like this, but like on his shoulder, like it's ready.
Anime
Cool.
entrance.
Yeah.
Do we open the door?
Yes, Arthur will open the door.
Cool. Brad, you good?
Fig,
Also
did you want to
opening
do
door.
anything?
For a good minute, I couldn't hear you guys because of how loud these two are being. I'm sorry. I think is gonna hang back for like the first time in her life, but she can tell that she's not doing great. So she's gonna have her kukri ready and have little man on her shoulder and just be backup as much as possible.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Arthur opens the door.
Okay. As you open the door, you see this long room. Though it contains the same tile flooring, and the walls still speak as though it is the same medical facility, the presentation is almost like a trophy room leading up to darkness. You see slowly as this dim room lights start to flick on, and each light flicks on illuminates the red glowing tubes that line this room, and each tube is filled with different creatures.
No.
You see, right as you enter in, one tube is filled with this rage liquid, and floating inside of it is a semi-burnt, goopy egg. As it floats in this red liquid, you see to the left a very small spider-like creature, larger, the size of a small dog, as it's floating in this red tube. Each light containing a different creature, a different sort. Some have people, but all leads up to this end to reveal a large platform with a ginormous throne. Not even a throne, more of a lounging love seat, if you will, of stone. And laying on this throne is this large man, completely shirtless, just letting it all hang out. This is a creature that is overfed. You can tell that this creature spends most of its time consuming. As it leans back, relaxed in its seat, pale, glistening. Its eyes glow red, its ears pointed, completely bald. as it wears this collar with tubes that come out of its neck and lead up into the ceiling. And all across the ceiling, you see these figures rustling. But once you thought the ceiling was just dark texture, you see is actually beings, animals. All of them, you see these tubes that go out of this creature's neck go into little feeding stations where these creatures on the ceiling are sucking and feeding on the creature below. You see the being on the throne not seem to minding that the blood is being sucked out of his body to feed these creatures on the roof. As he plays with one of the rage injectors in its large giant hand, and it looks down to you from this long hallway. It would take you probably a good amount of time to run to the end of it, and as his voice, not even having to scream, goes out to you, says, "Oh, well, if it isn't the little intruders, well then, come, join me for my meal."
Definitely getting some Baron Harkonnen vibes from this guy.
Baron's a good name.
Baron is a good name. You're so again, Keeper. Just to clarify what you said it would take some time for us to cross this room to this entity. It's very long.
Like there, I it's not like this is a 30-minute walk. This is like a 5-minute, like 3-minute maybe.
I mean, that's
Like
still
you
pretty
can't
long.
just run in and start stabbing. Like they'll see you coming.
Sure, yeah, that's but like is it, if we were to full on sprint, are we talking like a minute to cross this room?
Yeah, like
This is the size of a Walmart.
not even like Walmart size. For like I think I have a bad perception of size, but I like you could get there pretty quickly.
Yeah, Chris
they'll
gets
just
to
have
things
time.
faster than normal people because
Yeah,
of pace.
they'll just have time to react. Is what I mean by
Right.
that.
Mhm.
We're not sneaking up on this thing, even if it was didn't notice us come in already.
Right.
Yes, there's only one straight path, and it's forward between these lines of red tubes filled with people and monsters.
When you say people, do you just mean like humanoid things, or is it like, do we see like normal ass people in these tubes?
There is some the things that you can say are 100% normal human beings. There are very few of them, but there are some. But there are overall like humanoid things where you're like, that one seems kind of monstrous in size. You see one creature that's sort of covered itself with its wings in its tube, so you can't really make out its form.
But you said that there are humans here. They're just few and far in between.
Yes. Well, so yes, so there are some humans in those tubes. If you go deeper in, I will have more information on the. If your question is like how many human beings are in this room, then there's more information further down the line.
No, Arthur's going to look down at Atticus and say, "Is your body in here?"
Ooh, fun. Atticus looks down and sort of squints his eyes and says,
Sorry, I thought Atticus was on the ground because Arthur's not carrying him.
No, Atticus is on the ground.
Okay.
He looks down like the hallway,
Okay.
and basically squints and is like, "Yes, I think that might be mine at the end. I don't know. We have to walk down."
When you mean the end, you mean the thing closest to that thing?
Yes, that's fine, gentlemen.
You'll have to forgive us if we're not hungry.
You see the being at the end of the hallway goes, "It was fun. You've already taken more than your fair share of time. What's a few more minutes?" He says as he reaches down into uh, a small pit next to him, and he picks up a person.
Don't you fucking dare, Chris. I swear to Christ.
Oh, well, what am I gonna do? I'm not gonna do what everyone thinks I'm gonna do. Flip out, man. You see him pick up an ordinary giant. You don't know them. And you see them they already have several injectors in their back as that have not yet injected, as the creature stabs the one that he's holding in his hands, and they all inject at once, and the body in his hand starts convulsing as the being goes up and bites into the person's neck.
So the biting into their neck like a vampire.
Yes.
Okay. We still have not moved.
No.
Okay. Can we get so you didn't give us a clear description of the creatures that were on the ceiling, correct? You just said that they were like, again, creatures, and that they were suckling on the tubes emanating from this guy's neck. So we don't know what they look like. We don't know essentially the size of them, or could we make a roll to determine that?
You can
actually. Could I spend my second hold from Read a Bad Situation that I never used?
Sure.
Let's see here. I technically have 2 holds left because we used the first one for first aid.
Yeah.
So I'm going to. And okay, sorry. I'm sorry I'm asking so many questions. It's just that this is it seems to me a very precarious situation. And the reason specifically is because you're telling me that those creatures are on every inch of the ceiling in this room.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I will say they are not awake.
Sure, but they're there, and they vastly outnumber us.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
I will give you more information depending on your questions.
Yeah, no, for sure. Okay. My first question. Fuck. Why do I only have 2 questions? Okay. My first question is, what's my best way out?
Okay. So there's a couple answers to this.
Okay.
You're still in the doorway. You look to your right. The deeper you go, the hallway's crumbled in.
Caved in. Mm-hmm.
And you sort of see like it's like the cave-in existed before the facility did.
Okay.
Obviously, if you go back the way you came, you can get out of here. You also notice that on the roof, as you're sort of examining these creatures, there are vents that lead upwards. And you do see that there is a vent in the very back corner next to this creature lounging that has a ladder.
The vent has the ladder, or there's a ladder leading
ladder
to the vent?
leading to the vent.
Okay. I'm going to very quietly relay that information to the group. And I'm just going to say, I don't know what the plan is here. We are outnumbered. there are some vents we could escape from, but it would require waking up the creatures. There's a vent at the end of the room. We could try and leave through the sewers or go back to the lift. Just putting it out there. And then I'm going to expend my second hold. Okay. I have a lot. I want to leave this up to the group to ask, or like to like weigh in on this, okay? Because we've got the obvious one is, are there any dangers we haven't noticed? Because right now we've got the creatures in the tubes. We've got bargain brand Jabba the Hutt, and we've got these sleeping creatures on the ceiling that could wake up if we try to attack this guy. We don't know, but they're just sleeping right now. And then we also have what's the biggest threat, and it could still be one of those options or something else. Who knows? And then the what's most vulnerable to me. I have a wooden sword, so not sure if that's a question that would work best for me. So I'm willing to scratch it out and try one of the other two. What do y'all think? This is a free question that we do not have to roll for.
My gut instinct would be to go with the what's the biggest threat?
Mm-hmm.
Or no, sorry. Are there any dangers we haven't noticed? I was looking right at it and I couldn't read it.
Okay. Dustin, Masha.
Mine is unfortunately the opposite of that. In what is the biggest threat here?
Right. Masha, tiebreaker.
Between
What's the biggest threat, and what are there any dangers we haven't noticed?
I can think of multiple situations where the answer to both will be the same.
Sure.
How curious.
I think biggest threat,
Okay.
personally.
All right. So
Is that
I don't have to roll for that. Yeah. What's the biggest threat? I just had the dice in my hand.
You see, obviously, yes. The absolute number of these creatures on the ceiling is very worrisome. But you also get the sense that they don't care about you at all. Like, they are too busy with what they're doing, which is sucking some blood out of this big guy.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest threat is reliant on what you do. If you say, break the tubes,
Right. I was thinking.
then you don't know what the state of these beings will be once they're out of these tubes.
Right.
The big guy certainly seems very physically imposing and strong, but also he seems pretty glued to his seat.
Mm-hmm. You'd like us to think that, wouldn't you?
Just gotta go up and look.
Okay.
So that's what if you do something, you can get more information about how these, I will tell you, you will get more information about the beings on the ceiling and how they will react depending on the information you get from talking to the big guy.
Right. One last thing, something that I hope maybe will help with what's the biggest threat. You said that this guy's arms were big, right? You don't mean just kind of like flabby. Do you mean that they are also like long?
So you see like his arms are big, and obviously his whole person is overweight.
Sure.
But you do see when he reaches into his pit, his arm extends into the pit. So it's not like his flesh is stretching, it's like his bones are extending.
Okay.
And so as they extend, his arm gets thinner as he reaches into this pit of bodies he has.
Would there be any way to gauge just from that one moment how long his reach is?
He couldn't reach you necessarily from where you are now.
Sure.
You think he could get his hand up to you, but not necessarily like right where he could grab you.
That is still very far, though.
Yes.
Okay. Arthur, again, mumbling to the group, he's just going to say, they do outnumber us. I don't know if the creatures on the ceiling are particularly focused on us at the moment. That could change. Like I said, that guy's got an astounding reach. You all saw him reach into that pit. I don't know how far he could go, but if there's a chance that he could reach us here, even though we're not moving, nowhere is safe. Because we also don't know how strong he is. He himself may not be able to move, but we have walked into his battlefield, his terrain.
I don't think he's going to be walking in anybody else's terrain anytime soon.
You say this as he finishes his snack,
Mm-hmm.
and he chucks the body to the side where the ladder is.
Are there other bodies there?
There are not right now.
Okay.
There is a lot of blood stains on that side. But right now it's empty.
Because of that, would it be safe to assume that the vent that is up at that ladder is where people come to collect the bodies and essentially clean?
Yes.
Okay. Arthur will relay that to the group.
He's being awful patient.
He can't
Yeah,
do much.
he's sitting there. He does not care.
Well, he can't move to us except like reach out to us, you know. So it's like, and if that is for sure a way out, we have to move towards him anyway. Also with the fact that the human who's nearest to him could possibly be Atticus.
And you don't know who else is in that pit that he grabs from.
Don't fucking do it.
Don't fucking do it.
Who are you?
You're just calling that across the hall.
Yeah, I mean, he already knows we're here.
He sighs and just goes, over the years, I have been known by many names. Recently, and most commonly, I am the Baron.
Why are you here?
Why are any of us here? For power, control. You wield your axe to have power over another. I wield my metaphorical axe as he motions to the ceiling. Do not worry. They have not been trained to attack a measly group such as you.
And these people, and he gestures to the tubes. And these creatures,
Marinating.
marinating.
The material. It had such a flavor. Such a power.
You mean the liquid?
If that's what you want to call it.
What is it?
Come closer, and I'll tell you.
I'm afraid I'd be too tough for you.
Oh, my bite can surely get through that tough exterior of yours.
Cole grips his axe a little tighter.
Please.
Arthur's really wishing he had his sword right now.
Yeah,
I-
man. Fig wishes she had her fucking gun.
Yeah, imagine.
Ugh.
Please. I promise you no harm. Just come a little closer. You wouldn't want to leave your companions all alone here.
Where's Philip?
He moves his arm, revealing a set of buttons, and he presses a button. And near the end of the line of tubes, a panel opens up, and out slides a clear tube of liquid, of just water. And you see from the hallway a humanoid type creature wearing a green frog hoodie.
Fuck.
Let him go.
Oh, I think we can come to an arrangement if you just come down and chat.
Would there have been any way for like Arthur to, or like, okay. During this conversation that Cole and the Baron are having back and forth, is there any way that Arthur could go down to Atticus and say, do you think that your friend is here too?
Atticus peers down. He's like, "Well, I can only imagine that that's where they would take him. I think this fellow seems to have a interest in
Go find
mythological
him
creatures."
then. You're small, you're fast, you can move across the tubes just fine. Go find your friend, shout when you find him, and we'll come and bust him out.
Okay, I guess so. And Atticus quickly scampers behind the tubes. There's a small enough space for him to get behind and run down, and he disappears down the hall.
Once the tube is revealed, I think Arthur's just gonna kind of like behind Cole and Ren. He's gonna say, "We need to bust him out of that tube."
Yeah. Sooner rather than later.
There's also a chance I sent Atticus to go find his Bigfoot friend. But his body might also be closer, might be one of the ones that are closer to the Baron too. It seems like no matter what we do, we're gonna have to get closer. If anything, to just try and free some of these people.
Yeah.
My name is Cole Ryan Daniel Van Helsing, and I do not suffer a vampire to live. So why don't you let my friends go and maybe I'll think about it.
Oh. You. Humans and your fairy tales. Please. All I want is to come to an arrangement. I think you can find I can be quite reasonable when it comes to business.
Like how you made a deal with the mayor to essentially become the police state.
The mayor is of weaker mind. Though we do end up getting what we want.
And what is it that you do want? And don't just say power.
I've spent years, decades, waiting in the shadows. And I think I found myself wondering if that was all there was. And then I got a little feeling. I got news of this little county and this energy, this substance. So much rage, creatures of all type coming to it, drawn to it. It was like a being above was creating a nice little platter for me, and I could not resist but take a bite. The energy is building. The moment draws near. Soon, all will be marinated. And that is when my children will feed.
There are less creepy ways to say things like that. I don't know what you're trying to insinuate, but
What, you think that you're going to be able to take everyone from above and put them in your little machines here?
I won't have to bring them down here.
What?
you can go up there.
Are you gonna release this to the surface? Is that why you have those canisters?
Sadly, I do not have the resources to just release it myself in a scale that I think would be fitting of me doing all of this. I think you'll find Mother Nature has a funny way of getting things done for you.
You're talking about the scrolls, what they spoke of.
Yes.
This stuff has affected people before.
Yes. In waves. But recently, things have stirred. Pressure is building. And I am only here to watch as it's finally released. And clean up after, of course.
Oh no. My brain just had an idea and I need to not do it, but I gotta come up with a reason not to.
We've spent too much time here. I say to the
Hey.
group.
Hey, Chris, what?
Yes.
You said there was, like, what in the tubes nearest us?
The nearest tubes to you is a slightly scorched goopy egg.
Yeah. Mhm.
And a spider that's the size of a dog. You see there is various other creatures close to you, like second to you. I don't have it perfectly written out of what order everything is in, but
But you do know what's in them.
yes.
So what, you're going to release these things and he's going to gesture toward the tubes.
No. Why would I need them? The only purpose they serve is to be one last appetizer before the main course.
So these things are nothing but food to you.
Yes. And like children trading little snacks at lunch, I'm willing to make a trade.
And what do you want?
Come closer and I'll tell you.
No. Tell us now.
Well then, I guess with all this talk, I'm wasting good marinating time. As he looks over to Philip's tube and his finger hovers over one of the buttons.
Oh fuck. Okay.
You think Red's gonna like take a step forward? Not like going over to him, but like almost like a hey, look, I'm going closer to you. Stop marinating my buddy.
Don't marinate my buddy.
Don't marinate my buddy.
My buddy marinated? No way.
That's my weird little buddy. And say, like, take a step forward and just be like, what do you want?
I want what anyone does to survive.
And you think we have the ability to give you that?
You've certainly come in here sword swinging. I will be completely, as a good sign of good faith, I will show you some of my cards. My children, as he gestures above, do not have the patience to deal with you all. They will simply, once I am dead, they will be released into the outside world. And he motions to the vents. I do not have the ability to tell them to attack you. They simply will move on. I have no idea and cannot guarantee whether or not they will even bother to attack anyone on the surface, or if they will just fly to find the next meal.
Hey, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to use a move.
Okay. You can quickly Discord your friends.
Do what?
Discord your friends. What
No.
the fuck's going on?
No. No. I want to use my alternate weirdness move.
Okay.
My alternate weirdness move is trust your gut.
Okay.
So when you consult your instincts about what to do next, roll plus weird. Note your gut will point you somewhere important, but it does not care about your concerns right now. The current mystery is just one important thing among many for your hunter. So technically this could backfire and mean nothing, but I feel like if someone is trusting their gut in a situation like this, it's usually about the situation.
All right.
But so I'm going to roll, and then I'll let you know what the roll pertains to.
And then I tell you what your gut says.
Yes.
All right. Very fitting.
Okay.
Listening to your gut in this situation.
Okay, well, that's a 6 plus 5, which is already 11, and what's his weird? Plus 1 is 12.
All right.
Uh,
What's the
on a 10 or more, the keeper will tell you where you should go. Whatever that is, it will be important. You get plus 1 ongoing while you are following this lead.
Okay. So I'm going to explain the situation you're in
Yes.
as much detail as I can. Where you are now, you have two abilities: either go in or run away, and those are your two options. If you go in and talk to him or get closer to him, you're still talking to him. You can still talk to him all you want, but at some point, at any point during the conversation, you can walk forward. Being in front of him puts you in you're in a high risk situation because he's right in front of you, but it also gives you a lot more options, because in front of him you can either try and kill him, break something out of one of the the vials, and you can get to the or you can get to the ladder, and you can do any of these things in different situations, or you can talk to him and figure out a conclusion to come to between the two of you.
Chris, I know you
So-
want us to move in. You've just made a villain that's just so repulsive and truly, truly scary that we do not want to get closer
He
to
is
him.
intimidating. Okay, but you said or.
Yes. So yeah, your options are you run, you go in deeper, and you talk to him, where it gives you a lot more options to do, like kill him, talk to him, free someone from the tube, any tube is your options. If you want, you can just run down the hallway and start smashing tubes.
That was actually something that Cole was thinking about.
And then you hope and cross your fingers that these different cryptids will start attacking the creatures that are on the ceiling, which is an option or a possibility, or they'll attack you. You don't know.
Yeah.
And then also there's the ladder that goes up to where you can assume whoever collects the bodies to clean goes up. And so you can do any combination of these things that you want. Obviously, some paths will close out other options. Like if you kill the Baron, things will happen in response to that if you aren't prepared, and you can't obviously make a deal with him.
Okay. Cole kind of like looks over his shoulder at the rest of the group and just takes a deep breath, and then he steps forward.
Okay.
So Cole has made his decision. He's going to approach this disgusting creature thing.
So Cole and Ren are side by side, essentially.
Cole is going to go.
Keep going. Ren
Okay.
Yeah,
only took a step forward.
Unless someone stops Cole, he is going to go.
Fig?
Fig will grab him by the shoulder as he steps away and just say, "Are you sure, Cole? This is not a good situation."
He looks back at her and gives like gives a crooked smile and says, "Nope." And then he shrugs her hand off and continues forward.
How reassuring.
You know
Arthur,
me.
Arthur is waiting on Ren.
Yeah, I think Ren is raising their sword, but moving forward. A lot slower than Cole, I think. I think they're sort of like taking a step and then like looking back at Arthur and then taking a step and then looking back at Fig and then taking a step and then looking forward at Cole and like are we sure we want to do this sort of vibe.
If this were any of the rest of you, I'd be doing the exact same thing.
When Ren moves, Arthur moves, keeping at pace with Ren.
Cool. Fig, are you? You are totally valid if you were just like, I'm staying back here.
I think Fig is staying back, honestly. She is so
That's right.
hurt.
Honestly, Cole would almost prefer that.
Cool. So Fig, you are back at the entrance. As Cole, you're walking forward. Ren and Arthur, you're doing this weird like.
I'm sorry, Arthur's keeping pace. Like
Yes.
when Ren move, Arthur moves. When Ren move,
Yeah, that's
Arthur
not.
moves.
Oh, okay. So it's
So
more
it's
like
like correct. Yes, it's not just like a
Yeah.
go up, follow, go up, follow.
It's like
it's
a-
like gather. Yeah,
it's like a
Yeah.
turn.
yeah. Like
Okay.
if
I think after Ren realizes that Arthur's following and Fig is not, they're still gonna walk slowly, but they're not gonna look at everyone every time because that would be a little bit wild.
It's a little funny.
it would be very
Cool.
Scooby-Doo-ish. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys are walking down this horrid throne room, almost literally deeper into the belly of the beast.
Let's
Arthur.
describe it like that.
Arthur has his wooden sword at the ready. I didn't say that before, but
You were
I
good.
figured it was assumed, but I just want to say that out loud.
yeah, you can see the Baron like glances at your wooden sword and just sort of is like, okay,
He just says okay.
okay. I just ate a girl who was selling me these things. What's going on?
This is a really big steak, ain't it, for a really big guy?
Yeah. Anyway, so as you guys are walking down, you actually see Arthur. You see Atticus like lean out slightly and point up to a tube that is like 5 down. Not 5. Let's say 3. 3 down from where the Baron is.
Sorry, say that again. You said 3 down from where the Baron is?
Yeah. So basically, so the idea here. So just
Rows
to give
and
an idea.
columns.
Yeah. So we're for the sake of simplicity, we're going to say that Philip and Atticus are like right across from each other. After that, there's the creature that's covering itself with its wings, so you can't fully tell what it is.
So Atticus and Philip are the row closest to the Baron. The bad
Yes.
guy's on the second row after that.
Yes, the furry wings covering this person.
Right.
And then the other side is this big dog. And then after that
Dog.
is the why is my brain dying on me right now? Is a big hairy guy with wearing a t-shirt and slacks and sandals, and across from him is let me just look at my list. Let's just say like this big snake.
Cool. And so that's the third row from the Baron. First column on the like right hand side.
Yeah, there's only one column.
Oh, okay, so it's just one column of tubes. I was imagining like
No.
rows and rows of this shit. Okay, cool. So then Atticus is beside the furry guy in the t-shirt and slacks with sandals.
Yes.
Okay. A Seattle native. Okay.
Now, what do
I
you
know
think
we're
would
about
happen?
to hit time, but I would ask we just keep going, and hopefully we don't take too long.
Yeah, I mean we're like
Let's go.
yeah, let's go. If everyone's okay. As soon as Arthur's going to make eye contact with Atticus, and we're going to continue pressing forward. Arthur is going to essentially hold his action so that when he gets up next to Eric, or supposed Eric, he's going to put all his might into hitting it with the pommel of the wooden sword to crack this tube.
Cool. You
And like the idea is that like we're like, you know, Cole is in front of us, we're moving at a specific pace. So like by the time that we get to Eric, Cole will have done something probably.
Okay, so you're saying Arthur's waiting for Cole to do something, and then when Cole does something, Arthur's going to try and break the tube.
I mean, I'm under the assumption that by the time Arthur and Ren get to that tube, Cole will have done something. I'm just saying that when Arthur and Ren get to that tube, that's what Arthur is going to do.
Regardless if Cole does anything.
Correct.
Okay, cool. I guess, Cole, are you doing anything?
I want to say that during this whole time over, Cole has been like trying to talk to the Baron. Now that they are doing what he requested, basically. So if I could get one question out before we, get there, that would be cool. Which is basically, what do you think we can even think to offer you?
Very simply, I will give you your friends back, and you leave. And that's the deal.
Like leave Fogwell? That's me asking, not Arthur.
No, just leave my lair, and then when the time comes, the time comes.
Basically, he's wanting to be left alone and to reap the rewards of whatever.
I keep doing as I do, and you have your friends. Or you can kill me.
Option A, option B.
And you will. And so forth. Every action has an equal or opposite reaction.
How do we know you're not gonna sick your police force on us when we leave?
I promise you, no harm will come to you until the day arrives. And it is fastly approaching.
A promise from a creature who only sees us as food.
You humans can gain a fondness towards pigs now, can't you?
He also wants to make sure that we marinate well. And if what he says is true and something is going to happen, then he really stands to gain more by letting us go.
You said you'd let our friends go. Plural.
Whoever you want. Obviously not the whole lot. I can give a few of your choice. We can talk it out. I think you can find I can be more than reasonable.
When does the being reasonable start? Because right now you're asking us to either leave you alone and probably die later, and also we only get some of the people out of in here out, or kill you, take everything, take everyone out of here. Don't have to, the potential for future harm is still there, but that's being a monster hunter.
And you talk to me as though I talk down to you for your role in this relationship. Nothing but monsters for you to hunt. Oh. Foolhardy.
So,
I've been a monster. I will continue to be a monster. This isn't hunting something that is less than me. This is protecting others by removing the creatures that will hurt them.
You seek your goals, I seek mine. We are not so different, you and I.
talk about cliche.
I think
Oh, Mr. Van Helsing. I think you can find cliche in everyday life is the most invigorating.
I think when this guy tells Ren that they're not so different, I think that rage juice that
Yes.
that Ren came in contact with earlier kind of swells up.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they go to like whatever tube is nearest to them and just like slam their sword like into the top of the tube so that it's not going to hurt the person or thing or whatever inside, and try and just like open the tube.
I'm gonna, since you are specifically saying you are doing this acting under the rage, I'm going to ask you to act under pressure to not hurt someone close to you.
Oh.
And while you do that, can I Can I make a request?
Yes.
Can it be the snake?
Okay.
Well, that's a 9 plus pool is 2, so that's an 11.
Okay, cool. Perfect. Yeah, you slam specific. You say specifically you're slamming the top of the tube, so not the glass.
No, like the glass of the tube, but like at the top, like above where their head would be, because presumably these tubes are made so that they're bigger than the thing that's inside of them. So it's basically just trying to find a point in the tube, in the glass of the tube that's like not
Trying to
that
protect
Ren's
the
not
thing
gonna
inside.
stab the tube and then also stab a person or thing.
Cool. You slam your your Kopesh into this glass, and you see it crack down as this, and you're doing what Dustin suggested, which is the snake, correct? Or the
It just the imagery.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It just feels right.
You see this serpent inside this tube start to. All the creatures in these tubes are like passed out and asleep as they're marinating. And you see as this creature, as you've sent this crack down the middle, starts to rustle and move as it starts spinning rapidly in the tube and smacking into the sides as the cracks increase. The tube is not broken yet, but it looks like it's about to break out at any moment. The Baron just sort of watches you plainly, like, so that is one. I will let you take 2 more.
Not releasing. That's not one of our friends.
Your emotions betray you. I will let you free 2 more.
Where is Cole in this situation? Like, how far is Cole from Atticus and Philip's tubes?
Anything from you, Keeper, or because if not,
Yeah, I mean it's as close as Cole wants to be. You can,
okay.
if you
Then-
want to get like right in front of the Baron, which is about in between where Philip and Atticus is.
Yeah, I was thinking that he'd be basically stopped between the two of them.
Okay.
And I think in the sound of smashing behind him, he's gonna smash Phillips.
Cool. Yeah. I'm going to say I'm not gonna make you roll for this. You swing your axe and smash into the glass. Clear water pools out as the glass breaks forward, and Philip sort of floats down. This is the first time Cole, Philip doesn't sleep. Like, he can't go to sleep. This is the first time you've ever seen Philip's like glowing eyes not like active.
What did you do to him?
I will say I'm sad to see that one go. I've never seen such a being so torn between life and death. But no creature is beyond powers of simple manipulation. If I want someone to sleep, they will sleep.
That's not your choice to make.
Hmm. That is the power of wielding weapons. to make the choice for someone else.
And you don't understand what wielding a weapon is about.
Mm. Well, it is up to you. You may take one more, or you can do what you've wanted to do since you've came down here. And do as all those with weapons do.
Okay. I'm gonna spell out the situation real quick. Out of
Yeah.
character to all the players, right? We have one party member really fucked up.
Yep.
If we enter into a combat, they could become unstable / die, possibly, depending on how much damage they take. Okay.
Yep.
We can only take one person left. Obviously, we could break both tubes. We could at least attempt to and try and save both Atticus's body and Eric's body. Obviously, that would throw us into conflict with the Baron and possibly bring us into combat again anyhow. We could choose one or the other. If we choose Atticus's body, again, we don't know how the soul swapping would work, right? So we don't know if we could even transfer Atticus's soul back into his body anyhow. However, if we can, we have a magician on our side. On the other hand, we still have Atticus's mind, we still have, his minor illusion stuff, and we have Bigfoot. Right? And the imagery of a Bigfoot man with a tiny raccoon on his shoulder is very, very good in my opinion.
Valid.
So
I will also add this. From the way the Baron sounds, is he will not stop you if you kill him.
Yeah. Yeah, I also kind of picked up on that.
Concerning to me,
But
though.
it is, in
Agreed.
fact, even more concerning than the alternative, almost.
this is
Although,
some... No, go ahead, Dustin.
I was going to say, if you'd given Cole the rage-induced stuff,
I mean,
that vampire would be dead.
Right.
Once that serpent tube breaks,
All that stuff leaks out. That I also had not accounted for that. Thank you, Keeper. The other thing is, again, either this is the best reverse psychology bluff in the world, or
kill me, do something about it.
or again, something worse will happen if the Baron's not here. He did mention that if he dies, all the creatures on the ceiling flood out. He doesn't know if they'll feed on the cities or if they'll just fly away. But that is also a thing. We either we kill the Baron and we possibly condemn everyone on the surface to these monsters. Obviously we don't have time to all to stand around in a huddle and talk this out. Maybe we do. We could just do that, but we're at the final choice of we either stray from his parameters, or we play by his rules and live to see another day.
Yeah, Keeper, did my gut lean me one way or another with my intuition?
So I will say, with your intuition, obviously killing this fucker, you get less, you lose a fucker, and that's pretty good. I like a world with one less fucker.
Same.
It's all dependent on how will these creatures on the roof react? Could you do something to if he dies, how quickly will they start going up the vents? Will you have time to say do something? But then how do you deal with them once they're all contained in here? Is there a way to maybe like turn them on something else? I think, like, if you're asking my personal opinion, I don't know, but your gut is specifically saying that the best options. There's no best option in this situation. This is a fucked situation I put you in.
I'm glad you recognize that as well.
At least you're being honest about it.
Yes. The each option I want to make sure you know that each option has its positives and negatives, and you will have to deal with those consequences. No, there's no like we solved this problem and it's solved and we did it. We won the day.
Right. Okay. 3 options, right? We kill the Baron and we save the ones that we want to save, right? We don't like for the time being. Those are the 2 factors that I'm going to be playing with. Forget the creatures. Forget
I can guarantee you.
tubes.
I can guarantee you the creatures on the ceiling won't attack you.
Sure. Okay. But I'm still thinking about the surface world. But like, yeah,
Yes,
forget the creatures. Forget the rest of the creatures in the tubes except for Atticus, and Eric, right? So we kill the Baron and we save everyone. We don't kill the Baron. We save 1. And that's the Baron's plan. We don't kill the Baron, but we save who we want to save, and we piss him off, but he stays alive.
I mean, if we leave and come back, is he still gonna be here?
That's
like,
the
can
question.
I leave and
I mean, like,
get my?
He seems like he's pretty stationary. What I would assume would happen is that they're going to fortify this area with more guards, more defenses, and it will become more difficult to penetrate like we did this time around. So it's like we either kill the Baron now or fight even harder later on to get to him again, to get a chance like this again.
And part of us leaving the Baron alone is just leaving him to do his fuck shit. Is what it sounds like. Because I was originally like, well, which is gonna mitigate, which is gonna harm which is gonna harm more innocents, if we leave him alive or if we kill him.
So,
but like, he's gonna harm innocents if.
Where's Sasha during all of this?
I
God
swear
damn
to
it.
God, Chris.
I know what Cole wants to do.
Cole, it's up to you.
No, it's not just up to Cole at the moment.
Ren, are you still standing by the cracked serpent tank?
Yeah, I think
Cool.
Ren has realized it's a serpent and kind of stepped back from it, but is like kind of dealing with their fuck up where they feel really guilty about like, oh, I've wasted one of the people we can save on this dumb snake thing. So they're just kind of looking at it sort of embarrassed / in horror.
All right.
Get a fork.
Do you guys want to take a 5-minute break to think about things?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I'm
I've
okay with that.
also drank a lot of water. I could definitely use a bio break.
Yeah.
Since we're going a little over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. We'll be back in 5 minutes, folks. Appreciate your patience. It's tense stuff, and we need time to think. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. See you then.
This is like that commercial in every Monster of the Week where it's like, you must choose, and then it goes to commercial break.
Yes.
How will
And then
our
when-
heroes get out of this predicament, Atticus Campbell says.
And then when it comes back, it'll say, you must choose again with the exact same musical cue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. 5 minutes, folks. See you then. All right. We're good. All right.
Welcome back, everyone.
Yes, we're back. We're going to give a bit more time to everyone just because it is pretty late in and of itself. So,
Yes,
it'll
I'm
be
sorry.
okay. No, it's fine,
we're
Chris.
at-
Well, one, fuck you for putting us in this situation that's like
so sorry.
so hard to make a decision of. Two, kudos to you. Like truly, as a storyteller, I applaud this situation that you've put us in because it's excellent.
Yes.
I love it. I love
feel
the
very
conflict
bad,
that
I'm
is.
sorry.
It is no. I mean, like, I love the conflict that you have
Legitimately.
thrown into our heads with this situation. It's just that
like
because my
crossing my-
characters, because
I'm
my
crossing
characters
my legs
involved.
and arms because they're shaking.
Okay.
Okay.
I just feel like Fig would be smarter than I am. You know,
Right.
Fig would come up with something, but Masha's having trouble because I'm.
Okay. So, how is everyone feeling right now?
Me as Saul, I am okay with letting the Baron live. I say that because, like,
Wisdom.
I say that because, I say that because, like I said before, we can always come back. I don't think that the Baron would move necessarily. We could always come back. It will just be harder to get in. Either we fight more or we have to be craftier getting in. But it is still possible. Then again, it is a very good opportunity to have him right here and now. So I think like I'm okay either way. If we leave the Baron live, then we let the Baron live. If we want to kill the Baron, I'm okay with killing the Baron as well. It's just that like
I will add to this just because I think it's important. I'm gonna turn the music off just as we talk through things.
right.
Basically this is a decision between like how do you want your problem? Do you want an organized problem or do you want a chaotic problem?
Right.
Like killing the Baron, the ground soldiers fall apart. Like there is no plan anymore. You've killed the ring. You've cut off the head of the snake. In such a term.
This isn't a Hydra situation.
Yes, this is not a you kill the Baron and then next week is like, hello, I'm the Duke.
Imagine. I mean, it might happen.
They're part of an entire syndicate, the Noble Syndicate, and they all have
titly
titles.
named vampires. So you can probably guess with a lot of confidence that killing the Baron would result in the Baron, the company, falling apart. Like there is like he's the mastermind playing chess right now. And once the player is gone, the game is free for all. I think that's another important
So
thing.
killing the Baron would be the chaotic option. The chaotic.
Yes. Well, chaotic in the sense that these creatures will either go out into the world and not. I don't think necessarily instantly like kill everyone. I think they're going to go off and figure things out because they're untrained, like children, basically.
Sure.
And so they're going to climb up the vents and go out into the real world, and then they will be a problem. Either way, there will be a problem to deal with later.
Right.
Is what I'm telling you. It's either the problem is this giant group of bat children being controlled by the Baron, or this giant group of bat children in the woods,
uncontrolled by anything.
Yes.
So another way to look at this is that these kids are going to get out anyhow. These creatures are going to get out at a certain point in time. It's either right now or later. Right now, chaos. Order later.
Or you find some way to keep them, or there's like an unknown third option where you're able to somehow keep them in here and take care of them.
Can Fig walk back out of this room?
Fig, I think if you want to, you can just leave.
Fig's gonna leave, and I think she's just gonna start looking in other rooms and seeing if there's like anything that can be beneficial to our situation.
There's a room with a nuke inside. Yes.
There's a room with a button inside that says "Press this to win."
Yep.
Congratulations.
I think it would be like, is my brain said shop vac. Like, is there a big shop vac and I can just all of the little guys into it? That's what I want.
They're not little guys. I want to make that certain.
No, you made
they're
that clear. Like they're not bats. They're bigger.
They're like they range from like toddler to Masha size.
You don't know how big I am.
I don't actually. I'm gonna say like.
I mean,
5 foot.
there's a good distance between a toddler and Masha size. You know.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. There's a wide
Depends on
variety.
the toddler. I've met
That's
some
fair.
big toddlers.
Oh. I kid, of course. I'm just saying that they're not like full people sized. They're
Right.
like. They're...
Okay. Masha's full person size. Okay. Let's,
I said I was joking. I'm not meaning Masha anymore.
Okay.
I'm just
I
saying
am
like
3
they're
inches shorter than the average for women or whatever.
Mm.
So.
cool. I'm just saying that they're not like tall,
Okay.
but they're also not like you couldn't just stomp on them.
Okay. Either way, we're gonna have to deal with these creatures, right?
Yes.
Later down the road, if they are more organized, then it's because of the Baron, and we kill the Baron. They're still released out into the world. They'll just lose the mind that's controlling them, supposedly, right?
Yes.
As opposed to now, where they'll just scatter, and the way that it has been described, they will hunt on instinct, as opposed to by orders. So. Fuck. God.
I was serious about leaving this room.
Yeah. Cool. You go back to the bloody mess of the K-pop boys.
Oh, no.
You've already been to filing. Testing has been revealed. There's a big red tank of angry juice in the testing room. I forget what other rooms I described.
I can
said
tell you. I
resources.
can tell you, Keeper. I can tell you.
Okay.
You had production and resources.
Okay. So you have production and resources. I'm glad. I'm so. I don't know. I didn't expect you to come back. But I have plans for these rooms, but it's just such a whole thing. If you go into the one room I think you're gonna go into, it's gonna be a funny situation, I think.
Now I want to know where I'm going. Where should I go? Then it's a funny situation. I'll go into production and resources.
Well, no,
Where's that
production
going?
and resources are 2 separate rooms.
Oh god damn it. I assume that resources is like human resources,
You don't know.
and not like here's a bale of hay. Take me to resources, please.
Okay.
Why not? What do you have for me?
You go to resources, and inside you see a room, a big room, with a ladder in the back corner that goes upwards, and that's the first thing you see. And overall, you just see a room full of dead bodies.
Oh. Oh no, is Sasha among them?
Sasha is among us. Anyway,
I'm going to bed.
sorry. So you're in this room, and basically it's a whole bunch of dead bodies that have been sort of hastily wrapped, and there is a small desk where with a computer at it that a tiny old woman is typing at.
Hi there, ma'am.
She looks up, her eyes closed, and she's like, hello. Welcome to Human Resources.
And you are?
My name is Bertha.
Ma'am, I
Bertha?
literally did not.
Bertha. My name is Bertha. I'm in charge of Human Resources. Would you like a head, a leg, or a whole torso?
I've got nothing. This is such a but Fig is like what? Bertha, do you have a gun?
Oh, I'm packing. He pulls out a Gatling gun. No,
What are you buying?
Bertha is like, oh dear, I do not carry. I don't believe in the politics.
What? I like Masha brain is just not operating. Like I have no idea what I'm doing.
Have we noticed that Fig is gone?
I sort of saw it as you guys have so been like talking to the Baron and sort of like, oh my god, what is this ethical decision we have to make? If one of you decides like, let's look back at Fig and get her opinion. Uh-oh. So if any of you think you would look back at Fig and be like, Fig, you hearing this shit? You would then notice, uh-oh, Fig's gone. The Baron doesn't seem to notice or maybe even care.
I think, depending on at the point of time in which Fig left, I think once the first container with the snake broke, the one with the one that Ren broke, I think Arthur would definitely take a look around the room. Would Fig have been there at that point, Masha, or would you have left earlier than that?
God only knows. I think Fig is just like, all right, clearly nothing is happening here, and the vibes are poor. I don't know. For funsies, let's say Fig was gone at that point.
Okay.
All right.
That's a great. Okay, I don't think Arthur would have said anything. He would have maybe, in that moment, if Cole looked back and didn't immediately see that Fig was gone, I think Arthur would attempt to make eye contact with him and dart his eyes over to the doorway where Fig is gone.
I don't know if Cole would.
You don't think he would have looked back?
I don't know because he's just freed Philip, who is unconscious for the first time ever.
I'm talking about when the first tank broke with the snake.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
which was before Philip.
Time.
Sorry. Then yeah, sure.
Okay, then yeah. Just so that Cole is aware that Fig is no longer in this room with us either.
Mm-hmm.
Ren, I'm not sure, is in a place to bring that up at that point in time. So
yeah, no, Ren is not doing great.
Okay. So sorry, I just wanted to double check that. Please continue with what Fig is doing with the Grandma Glock.
Sadly,
That's
he does not have a Glock.
I'm sorry. Do you mind telling me where that ladder leads off to?
It leads to the service hallway.
Is it a ladder that goes up or down?
Up.
Well, but all ladders go up and down.
Oh my god! Don't do that to me.
Or God damn it, Saul. All right, then you wouldn't mind if I just took a peek up there, do you?
You need to clean the master's chambers. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go up the ladder.
Okay, cool. You go up the ladder. You see this as you climb up, you enter this very cramped, thrown together tunnel that leads straight down back to where you can tell the Baron's the throne room is.
So the thought now is, it's literally just this miserable little hallway that body parts get.
Well,
Very cool.
There's if you go down to the end to the ladder to the throne room, there's more information. But that is up to you if you want to go deeper.
Yeah, fuck it, sure.
Okay, cool. You
I'm
walk
gonna
back-
be silent assassin, jump down from the ceiling and just stab the guy.
Well, I mean that's valid. You walk down this tiny hallway and you get to the point where you see this ladder that goes down, but the ladder also goes up.
Where does it go? Up. I want to go up this time.
It goes into darkness. It goes up a long ways. But you can see down the ladder where you see the body that was drank by the Baron and thrown to the side. You see it at the bottom of the ladder, and you can kind of hear the Baron go like, oh, as Cole is like, ah. Da, 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 da.
Nothing has
actively
happened.
actually
Nothing has happened yet. I'm gonna go up the ladder.
Okay, cool.
Okay, well,
You climb for a while. How long are you committing to climbing? Are you like, I'm seeing this baby to the end?
I ain't got better shit to do.
Okay, I'm going to. So
Sorry, everybody else.
I'm going to tell you that it's going
What?
to take you like 20, 30 minutes to climb all the way up because this is going to the surface you can imagine, surmise. So you're climbing up. Meanwhile, back in the throne room.
so out of character, is anyone opposed to action right now?
I love action, baby. I drink it
Yeah.
during my cereal.
We now have an added factor of we do not know where our heavily injured comrade is.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. That is an unfortunate thing.
So
that
if we make drastic moves,
yeah.
then like we're taking the bodies and we're escaping and we're leaving Fig behind, or like it's just like, yeah, there is now an added factor to the decision.
You are correct, and it actually does change Cole's perspective on what he was going to do. I'm just gonna say it. Cole was gonna murder this man,
Sure, yeah, totally.
And who wouldn't?
but now with Fig missing, he's
No,
not
hold on. I don't want to
sure.
be the ruiner of all of this.
No. You're not ruining anything. You were just giving Cole a new priority, essentially, which is make sure all of his friends are safe.
Now, if that's the case, then we are back to the conundrum of Atticus Campbell's body
Versus
versus Bigfoot.
Eric.
Versus Eric. We could leave the decision up to Atticus and just throw it back in Chris's face and make him choose.
Raccoon shrug.
No, you don't get to say that. Your body's right there. Your best friend's right there. Choose, you marsupial.
Are you actually doing it? Because
I don't care if he's
They're
not
not
a marsupial.
marsupials.
Choose, you goddamn mammal.
Okay, so okay, cool. So you've thrown out another idea. Crack D Jones posits that you can just smash them both. That will lead to problems. That was not part of the deal. It is up to you if you feel like you have power in this negotiation.
You've done a very good job to make us feel like we don't.
Well, thank you.
We want 4.
And what makes you think that I would even allow that?
Because you're a reasonable person.
There's 4 of us here. We're each making the choice not to kill you.
He starts counting. He's like, 1, 2, 3. Wait a second.
The raccoon's here.
Raccoon. Do you actually say raccoons here?
I think so. I think Red doesn't really know, like... Yeah, I don't know. I think...
The Baron looks at the raccoon and he laughs. Now that was funny. I didn't expect something like that to happen. Most beings, when exposed to this substance, just elicit a rage response, but that creature was able to split his own mind in the last moment to avoid getting overcome by it. I did not expect it to come back. If you would like its body, that is your choice, but that is your last option. Or you can take the friend it came in with.
I think the, like, gas stuff from the tank is starting to, like, leak out and, like, sort of swirl around Ren, because I think that's a cool imagery.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very close to breaking, and once that breaks, you don't know how far it will reach.
And I think Ren just, like, puts Atticus on the ground. Or no, Atticus is already on the ground.
Yeah, Atticus is over by Eric.
I think Ren just takes out their sword, and they probably didn't put it away, but, like, holds up their sword and starts, like, quickly walking over to the Baron and is like, give us one more person.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
We have information that could throw a wrench in your plans above ground. With actual people, with actual news, with actual evidence. Give us one more and we'll leave what evidence we have here.
That could be interesting. It's really a question of what you have.
Can you risk us not?
A good bluff indeed, if a bluff it is. Fine. You may take 4. And you see he holds out his hand and it extends out to Cole in an open palm for you to give him whatever you have.
Cole will give the printed out emails that we had.
You also took screenshots on your phone. Are you keeping those?
Oh, that's a good question. No, Cole. This isn't worth the risk. Cole
Okay.
will hand it over.
Hand his phone over?
You hand your phone over to
The
the
Baron puts his number in and gives it back to you. 3 a.m. text.
That's what I
Hey,
really
you
want
marinated?
Oh yeah, I like Crackety's comment of, "What if you give him the phone and the Baron gets on your Discord?"
Baron's gonna look at your Discord and be like, "He was talking about me." Sorry, that was really funny. The Baron picture has, it's very small in the palm of his hand. The files. as he sucks his arm back in, and puts the items to his side, and he's like, "I will give you this, Van Helsing. You certainly are smarter than the average pig I come in contact with.
Fuck you.
Don't threaten me with a good time."
Cole will go over and smash Atticus's body free.
And
Cool.
Arthur will smash Eric's.
You both smash the. I imagine all this happens at the same time. You smash both tubes. The red liquid filling these tubes wash over you. As you get, and as this material, the case with the serpent also cracks open. All three of you get a nice deep breath of this anger juice as you feel this tension in your chest start to build as you get very upset. And it is up to you to act on that or not.
Act on us breathing in the stuff or feeling agitated?
Feeling agitated, like you're like Arthur. You see, you've been put into this situation. You have, once again, even though in the past it's been like a mental block, now literally someone else has taken the control from you. You were not able to. You were not able to. Like, why couldn't we all like? This is sort of a thought all of you have as you get absorbed by this rage. Why couldn't we have stopped this? How did we let this happen?
Or like, also like, why are we playing by his rules?
Exactly.
And like it's just the general the frustration of what we have been talking about for the last 30 minutes. I think we are all feeling when this gas hits us. Let's be real.
Yeah.
I think. Here's my question to you, Keeper. Do we need to roll act under pressure rolls to keep ourselves in check? Are we at that point?
I will say this is a large enough dose that I will ask you each to act under pressure to not do whatever you think you would do when consumed by this anger.
Okay.
Well, then I'll just go ahead and roll first.
Since you are the closest to Cole, I will say.
I rolled a 10.
Oh, drat.
I rolled a 8, but also Ren had already been on some rage juice, and I had a mixed success earlier, so I'm not sure if that's gonna.
You certainly are angrier than Cole is getting right now, and then we'll see how Arthur is. But you're able to stop yourself from doing anything, but you can't stop the thoughts of what you would do from entering your mind.
I like to think that instead what this has done is it's just revealed that when Cole gets angry, it's a cold, seething anger, and not. It's the scarier angry that has him like just glaring up at this Baron for taking this power from he and his friends.
I will say, as you all are sort of washed with this red, and it sort of seeps over the floor, the serpent seems like a water-based creature, so it's sort of flopping on the ground now.
Oh God.
It seems very pissed off about it. Atticus's body and Eric's body fall. They do not awaken, just because the cracks were so instant. And the Baron just sort of smirks with glee as he's watching you struggle with your inner emotions. So, what did Arthur get on their act under pressure?
I rolled a 4 and a 2, which is
Okay.
6. I have a +1 to cool, which makes it a 7.
Okay. Cool. Tell me what, Arthur, you would do if you had completely failed this roll.
He would have taken the sword and stabbed it into the Baron's heart.
Okay, cool. You have your wooden sword in hand as you look up at this Baron. And you feel your body move itself forward towards him.
May I ask, Keeper, is this you using the bottle it up against me from earlier?
A little bit.
Okay.
And that specifically, it says -1, correct?
Correct. You use it 1 for 1 on a roll.
So you can make him fail.
Yes. Cool. Cole and Ren, you see Arthur approaching the Baron with his sword. You are free to try to stop him.
Yeah.
Or you can say that you are so consumed by your own personal rages that you let it happen. A coin!
A coin?
Toss a coin to your witcher.
Ren is going to step in front of Arthur, and I think they're like shaking, in the sense that they're so like filled with this rage juice and like so pissed that they are physically shaking, and they're like, don't be a fucking dumbass, you're gonna get yourself killed.
I am going to ask you, Ren, to roll protect someone. You are protecting the Baron.
This just feels dirty.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. That was
This is a tough.
that was a 10.
Okay, cool. You hold your enemy back. In this scenario, Arthur, weirdly enough. Arthur, you feel a hand stop on your chest. And the reassuring hand of your friend, though shaking, is able to calm you down. It is now up to you completely whether or not you continue to push forward or let Ren calm you down.
Fuck. Cole succeeded on his roll, right?
Yes.
To avoid the anger, or like,
Yeah, Cole
push it
got an
down?
11. So Cole is filled with anger, but he's controlling it.
Look at my sheet real fast.
What?
I was gonna look at my sheet to see if I had anything.
Oh, okay. I think you said you're gonna cheat real fast.
And Arthur gets a 12.
Yeah,
This year-
2 double sixes, just drop it onto the thing like in Jumanji. Okay. Okay, Arthur's going to look at Ren, whose hand is on his chest right now, and he's going to say, "Why are you stopping me?"
And I think Ren is just going to look like straight up into Arthur's eyes and say, because if I don't stop you, you're gonna get yourself killed, and I can't. You have to. I need you to not be a dumbass.
We may never get this chance again. If we leave, he could leave. He could go somewhere else. This place could become tougher to get into. We may never have this chance again. Cut the head off the snake.
Listen, I'm all for snake heads fucking right off. But I just
The serpent is choking on the ground.
Kill me.
I can't. I can't. You're. I want that thing dead too. If I had a choice, if it was just me here, I'd kill him. But I can't. You're. And I think Ren drops their hand from Arthur's chest and just like grabs their hand and like kind of squeezes it and says, if you want to do it, I'll back you up, but this is your choice. And I can't see you die.
Okay.
What's Fig doing right now?
Fig, you are climbing. You have just after several minutes while this all is happening, you see the surface a very dirty, rusty metal hatch. As you get to the top, do you open it or do you decide to go back down?
At this point, I might as well open it.
Okay.
I'm all the way here.
You force it open, and you are in the middle of the woods.
Cool. Is this a hatch that is sealable?
It's a hatch that you can tell can only be opened from the inside. Like, obviously, if you came back with like a tow truck, and you could maybe pry it open. But like once you're outside and you close it, it's closed.
Is it like a grate or is it like a door, like a solid door?
It's like a solid metal rusty door.
All right. Can I tell what part of the woods I'm in?
You're a tracker. You've been you've journeyed through these woods a good amount at this point. You know that you're somewhere in the middle between Fogwell and Whitebridge, sort of like in between the two.
Right. Got any thoughts, little man? Fig looks at Martin shrug. I think Fig will close the latch and climb back down.
Cool. So Fig starts climbing back down. Meanwhile, back in the throne room, Arthur.
Don't toss me back in here after you're doing your little Disney animal talking.
Yeah.
I was imagining the squirrel from Emperor's New Groove.
Yeah. Squeak,
Yep,
squeak it.
me too. Yep.
Squeak it.
Glad
okay.
we all have the same brain.
Yeah.
I was thinking the squirrel from Enchanted. I'm sorry.
That's a good one too.
We're slacking.
Okay. Oh, okay. Fuck. Okay, so just to clarify, Keeper, what you're saying is that Ren's successful protect someone roll has essentially negated the failure of the act under pressure roll that I was under. That was
Yes.
compelling me to attack this to attack. So now for sure it is my decision, Arthur's decision, whether or not he kills the Baron.
You've gotten yourself riled up and you're like, I'm gonna do it, and then you're like, oh wait, now I'm doubting myself, and now I can. So it's up to you if you're like, it is up to Arthur to be like, yes, this can. I need to stop this. This is a dumb decision, or if this is like, you know what, this does make sense, and I'm going to take him out. So now it is. So yes, what I'm saying is, it is your choice ultimately to either keep going through what this anger has pushed you to, or let Ren calming you down like be fully effective, and now you just have to walk out being very angry.
Justin, do you have something?
Yes.
What were you gonna say, bud?
Cole walks back to the two of them. And he doesn't say anything. But he looks between the two of them with a quiet fury that they have never seen before in his eyes in their life. And it's not this red substance that's doing this to him. The anger is plain on his face, and his hand grips his axe handle, and he looks into Arthur's eyes and says, I need a plan. Basically, if Arthur does not say don't, this Baron is dead by Cole's axe. Because at this point, the only thing that is actually keeping him from giving into his fury is the growth that Arthur pushed him toward, of not endangering his friends by doing things. So
you say this, and I think you see quite possibly one of the most conflicted moments in Arthur's known life, where you see that he is struggling between this unbridled rage and this this knowledge that Cole is right. We should have a plan. You know, we should be thinking about everything. We shouldn't be acting out of emotion. And I think I would like to trigger a traumatic memory if possible.
that's good.
In this
Okay.
moment of intense conflict.
Okay.
Tears, like there are tears of frustration falling from Arthur's face, and I think in this moment he is, his blood's pumping, his mind is racing, and he's suddenly thrown back. And we can decide later whether or not this is useful for Arthur's journey. I just want this. I want to bide myself some time. But
Okay.
Arthur is taken back, and in this moment, he is standing in darkness. A similar look on his face, one of conflict, one of trying to wrestle between reason and emotion. And similar to how it is now, there are tears streaming down his face. And instead of holding the hand of someone he cares for deeply, he is holding the handle of a very ornate sword. And the more the memory unravels, the more it becomes apparent that this darkness that is surrounding him, that's coiling around his body and wisping around his head, is coming from this sword. And he doesn't get to see the end of it. He doesn't get to see what the decision is he makes in this memory. He's thrust back. And he squeezes Ren's hand, looks them in the eye, and looks at Cole and says, damn the consequences.
That's all Cole needs. Cole turns to the Baron, eyes. If he weren't if I had not given him a non-magical weirdness, his eyes would be glowing right now as he walks through the red dust. Nothing's stopping him, and he says, "My name is Cole Van Helsing, and I kill vampires." And he drives his axe into this thing's chest.
As you walk up, this red dust rushing behind you over the passed out bodies of Philip and Atticus. As you climb up the pedestal steps, the Baron opens his arms and accepts his fate as you swing the axe into his chest, killing him instantly. There is silence in the room. The movement from the ceiling stops completely. All you can hear is the silent sucking as they drain the very last bit out of their creator. And slowly, very slowly, they start to crawl up the vents.
Cole pries his axe from the Baron's corpse and walks back down the stairs to stand with his friends.
As you do this, Big, you come down the ladder into the chambers and you see the ceilings slowly evacuating as the Baron dead and Cole has come back to his group. You see your friends have made their decision.
Well, I guess we have more hunting to do.
It's a good thing I know how to track monsters, I guess.
Cool. If no one else wants to do anything specifically in the facility, I am going to quickly do a prologue I'm assuming, unless I'm mistaken, you guys take the evidence back.
Yeah.
Cool. Do you guys try to come forward with this evidence? Obviously, you can take pictures of this whole secret underground facility, and that will create a much more stronger case. Depending on what you do, like how much information you lead about. Oh, and they're vampires.
I don't want to leave that weird old lady down there. Like, I want to
If
get.
you
I
walk
don't.
back, Bertha's gone.
Oh, God damn it, Bertha.
Yeah, I think it's
Like the
Alright.
whole facility is pretty much empty right now. It doesn't look like they tried to hide evidence or anything. The scrolls are still there. If you go into the production area, it's a big meat grinder.
Mystery meat.
mystery
Mm.
meat.
Mmm.
Nasty.
Nasty.
Another imaginary food crime for the FDA to prosecute Chris for.
Yes. You can't ever stop me. So yeah, so my question is just, do you guys try to take down the mayor?
Well, I think that we should, and Cole will put this forward, but not act on it unless everybody says. But giving that information to Judas is probably the best option for us.
I tentatively agree. I think that there is one, we don't want normal authorities dealing with the red substance below. And we don't want those scrolls getting out of our hands. So it's like one of those things that, like, the moment we give this evidence away, they're going to find this facility, and we may never get a chance to get more information.
If you want, you. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, I don't know if Fig knows that Lyft exists, but it would
Right.
be potentially worth reaching out to one of those organizations or like cluing Judas into their existence.
Yeah,
I
I
think-
feel.
Yeah, Ren would know.
That's what I was
Yeah.
about to say too.
Yeah, I feel like someone at some point is like, well, we should let the cops handle the red stuff, and Ren's like, oh my god, I know there's supernatural, like, investigators and stuff, and I know some of them, and I can call them.
I don't think we need to give Judas the evidence about the supernatural underground facility. I think we can give him the evidence that at least puts the mayor in suspect, so that he has some power over the mayor. Once the mayor is no longer receiving instructions from the Baron, he's going to get pressed into a very tight place. And I think Judas having that leverage will help. But I don't think Judas needs to know about this facility until we can get the information to one of the agencies, whichever one it may be.
Right. And I also agree with that. And also, I feel like the agencies would still arrest the mayor for working with
Probably
a vampire and giving him all this power. So I think that no matter what, the mayor's done.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you are going to contact Lyft and basically be like, Lyft, can you help us out here?
Either Lyft or Eclipse, because I'm not sure if Lyft has like jurisdiction within the United States. You know what I'm saying? Like I believe we lured Eclipse to be a part of the government in some way, shape, or form. I'm not sure if Lyft is.
Well,
Okay. I will Lyft. I cracked you, Jones. Lyft is a supernatural organization that helps deal with things. Technically, they are funding. Correct me if I'm mistaken. They're funding Arthur and Ren.
I'm not sure if
I can't remember if it was Lyft or Eclipse.
we
I
never
think-
specified. We just said
Okay.
the like supernatural intelligence community.
Okay.
I thought that Rin was definitely Lyft because
Yeah,
But
Ren's definitely
Arthur was
left.
passed around. It's just that when Ren came around and they met, Ren took them out. I just never specified which organization it was that Arthur was with at the time.
Okay, well that's fine. Either way, you have connections to Lyft, and so you are able to call Lyft. Lyft seems to be a little busy at the moment, but they're able to send a few people out just to quickly clean up. But they can't. They don't have the resources to look into this any further. Maybe sometime later, but as of right now, they can't. All they can do is help clean up. The days passed very quickly things start to move along. You've given Lyft all your evidence. They are able to come forward and put into custody Mayor Zachariah, being the head of town council. It is quickly voted on that Judas Whitebridge, not Westbridge, Whitebridge is very quickly voted into becoming the mayor, the new mayor, for the time being until the next election.
Good for him.
Acting
And
mayor.
so now he is in control of Whitebridge, just as his great ancestors used to be. You guys hear nothing about sightings or anything of these bat creatures. They are just somewhere. No one's been hurt. No one's been killed. They are just somewhere. At a certain point, Philip wakes up. He doesn't remember anything. He remembers going to a restaurant, eating some food, and then instantly passing out. Atticus does not wake up. Eric does wake up, and he does get a little... He's very aggressive when he wakes up and angry. But Atticus is able to talk him down.
Atticus the raccoon.
Atticus the raccoon is able to be like, hold on there, my dear friend, my dear homeboy, my rotten soldier. So they have now a place they're staying in. They're staying in a hotel in Whitebridge while they try to figure out how to put Atticus back into Atticus's body. Lyft comes in and cleans up everything, and you guys are left with your decision of wondering what happens next. The Baron guaranteed someday more to come. There is more to come. This material was not created, it was found, and it is building up somewhere close by. And at some point soon, you will have to deal with that pressure building up. Because all pressure, all energy must go somewhere. All consequences are required by every action. And with that,
Hold up. Where's Sasha?
You guys see Sasha has been fine.
Okay.
If you go look at, they have an Etsy shop that they've set up, and Sasha has just been hanging out in what was left of Pigfest. Pigfest went on without a hitch, except for that murder that happened. But
Pretty standard for Pigfest, though.
pretty standard Pigfest.
Yeah,
Happens
all of
every
us find
year.
out that it actually happens every year, and then it's normal, and we were like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody
Alright.
always dies at Pigfest.
It's not Pigfest,
Yeah.
no one dies. But yeah, Sasha the Formidable is fine. If Cole, you want to pursue something, you can get her number. It's up to you. Or if anyone, I guess, is interested with Sasha, I guess that's not limited to just Cole, but Sasha's fine. Sasha was not important enough for anyone to be like, we need to kill
How
this
dare you,
person.
sir?
I'm sorry, that's just the fact. The Baron was not like, oh yes, I must kill the
Sasha.
leader of the fantasy booth.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry.
So with that, we zoom out over Mount Ira, over Whitebridge, Fogwell, the very not mentioned that much Swinehaven, the third town, and over Zorba County as a whole, as we leave our adventurers in a wait of wondering and worry of what's to come. What's to come very soon. And with that, we can do end of session questions.
I'm tired, y'all.
Yes.
I'm
yes,
sorry. Thank you all,
and
You're
all
good.
for
yes.
coming out. This is officially our longest episode of this season. Very close to our longest episode of all time. And I'm very sorry. I'm very, very sorry. Let's do obsessions very quickly.
I just answered them all for us. It's all 4 yeses.
Well, maybe. What do you know? Did we conclude the current mystery?
Yes.
I think so.
Did you save someone from certain death or worse?
Yes.
Very
Yes.
much, yes. Did we learn something new and important about the war?
God,
What the
yes.
fuck?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did we learn something new and important about the hunters?
Everybody's got crazy limits. Weird,
Yeah.
weird stuff going
Yeah.
on.
And also, we learned
Okay,
some
right.
of what pisses each character off.
I gave you guys Cole's middle names.
That's
This
true.
is true.
You didn't know that.
Yeah, I think we learned a little bit something about everyone just because I pushed you all to the limits, and I
You
apologize.
yes.
We learned that Fig can die.
Yes, I'm very sorry, Fig. So that is 2 experience. Congratulations, everyone. You've solved my disgusting large vampire with evil amalgamations mystery.
Well done, Chris. This was legitimately like
So good.
it's totally okay. It's totally okay that it went long. I just want to say that right now. The work that you put in to create this space and to make it truly such a like a
Visceral.
and like
Mhm.
like really like made us feel that decision when we made it. You know, like it
Yeah.
like it was very well done. Very well done. Absolutely. Let's get the Chris emo in chat for our intrepid keeper and the amazing job that he did tonight and has been doing these past couple of weeks. Also with the sound effects, the music, really knocked it out of the park. Absolutely. So
There it was.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, no, you've earned it. You've earned the slurp.
Thank you.
Oh man.
Yes, thank you all. 13 viewers. I saw we hit like 15 at one point. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate you all. Love yourselves. Treat yourselves kindly. Drink water. Please get good rest. I'm sorry. Hug someone you love. Unclench your jaw.
Remember your value as a person.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we will be taking a break after this to figure out
Next
what
week.
we're doing for the finale next week. And then we will come back for
We'll
the
come
final
back
mystery.
in July.
Yeah.
The 5th
No
of
promises.
July.
Like we'll come back in July.
In July.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Appreciate y'all. Thank you all again for staying so long. We hope that you enjoyed it. We definitely did. We appreciate you. Be kind to yourselves. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Love you.
Night.